Over the Raptor pit wall, Q ulti would do the trick. There it is, dead center, fate sealed, so easy to follow up. And Darkwings doesn't even have a chance. Bubble still has flash available, but he just pops the heal and he is zooming. But now he has really carried himself all the way. Looks forward, the shuriken backflip, finds Kizno, and I don't think he has the stasis again, but a great interrupt from the Nui stops the assassination from happening. And now the Baron is so low, Dark Zero, it's not low enough that they can continue to rip it. Now Conviction Esports have a chance to steal the Baron for themselves. They're trying to keep aggro, trying to keep it healthy so that they can look for it. Darkwings now trying to fight Zamoon on the left side. Psycho finds the engage, the knockup onto Manui. He goes down. Psycho's traded. UG pops the Crescent Guard, and the Baron has reset the full
for them. But this is simple because mobility flashes out. Only 35's here to save him. I actually think it's going to work out. Nature's Grasp.
The math work super mispoint to get into these positions. It's just
yeah, they're jumping in there.
As Tomio, reset when you're losing out on a lot of things. Lose gold as Tomio goes checks another spot.
Oh, they got him. Misfire, but it's one that they're not happy about. But it's okay. Only 35 is going in. The bullet time is coming out, but the damage just isn't there. You're going to see Denethor petrified. You're going to see Denethor killed. And Zeyzal just can't go down. No reset in sight for Winthrop. 5 is not enough to make it happen, and Tomio's gonna fly in to help secure the win. Luminosity Gaming are gonna take this series in a
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of the NACL Playoffs edition. As that's right, we're continuing up on the upper bracket today with two back-to-back best of threes. But before we get into nitty-gritty of the action, we gotta introduce ourselves. I'm Rafa, your boy, once again. We got Beatdown over on the other side of the caster booth. But as you got to hear, you know, in case anything happens, you know, praying that the internet gods are nice to us today, you might get to hear this fantastic, luscious man's voice on the play-by-play, since, you know, at a moment's notice, he can fill that role, and he does a pretty damn good job at it.
Not as good as you guys, but yeah, I was happy to step in that one time. But I am more excited to be the color caster for you here today, Mark, because, of course, you said it, another day of playoffs. We got a lot of exciting games after some pretty exciting games that happened yesterday, and it feels like the fun just doesn't stop.
That's right. But before we continue on with today's fun schedule events, got to remind everyone, if you want to continue the conversation going as the show rolls out, we got hashtag NACL up in the top left corner of the screen right there. And you can use that hashtag on any of our social platforms at NACL, pretty much across everywhere except Twitter. That's at WatchNACL. Make sure you do that, and we'll be continuing and keeping up with all the chatter. If it's not in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat, or on, you know, Twitter, you know, make sure you can send DMs to Beatdown too and tell them how crazy it is, you know, some of the results are, including the fact that Winthrop University not only beat Near Airport during the regular season, they just took them down in the upper bracket of playoffs.
I mean, I would actually love to talk to people about that just because I have many thoughts on the subject. Maybe some of those thoughts can't be on air, so better left for the DMs. But it's true. Winthrop, twice in a row, have overcome Near Airport. And they've earned themselves this opportunity today to play for a spot in the winners finals. Today's matches are huge because you guarantee yourself top 3 if you win today.
That's right. And if you can get to that upper finals, then that's one step closer to the final stage at June 6th next month. Wow, it has been nearly almost we're getting to the point where it's like half of the year of 2025. Yesterday, it felt like we just started off this thing. We were doing OQs back at the beginning of March, it seemed like. Then we started the season at the end of March, and we're already coming up on halfway through May. What is this? That time flies, bro.
Do you want to know the crazy part? Qualifiers have roster locks, I'm pretty sure, already happened for the next qualifier. So, like, time is moving quickly here, both in and out of North American League of Legends. And just a lot of things happening.
Well, speaking of a lot of things happening, we got to talk about what's happening today. We already mentioned it, that Winthrop University is going to be one of those teams playing in the upper bracket today as they face off against Luminosity Gaming later. But first, our best of 3 is going to be Dark Zero Dragonsteel versus Conviction Esports. And the cool thing is that we have gotten a chance to already see both of these teams battle each other during the regular season. Now, with that in mind, one of the stark differences going into our first best of 3 is going to be the fact that Dark Zero Dragonsteel no longer have Yuji on the roster. You know, he did a great job of showing why he was our most valuable prospect, back-to-back splits last year, and finally got the chance. I mean, I felt like it was long overdue, but he's finally, you know, promoted up to LTA. He's currently with Team Liquid and just making sure that he's going to get a chance to show what he can do in Tier 1.
Yeah, I'll be real with you, Mark. If he didn't get promoted, Yuji would have gotten a 3rd MVP in a row. So I think instead of such an egregious thing ending up happening, his denial from the LTA, he got his promotion, and now it is going to be Shimmer, who we saw play a few weeks prior. But of course, really want to quickly let you know that this podcast is sponsored by ProDiff.gg. Of course, if you've enjoyed watching the games today, I mean, take the time to learn directly from the NACL pros, because some pros that you're going to see today are participating in this site and this coaching program where you can learn from the best. Whether you're Iron, whether you're Challenger, these coaches can get you more wins.
It's true. It's true. And one of the things that's cool about this ProDiff GG sponsor is that one of our former pros in the NA scene, Armeo, is, you know, one of the minds behind this. So, you know, shout out to Mr. Jonathan Armeo and being able to collaborate with us and make this reality. Always happy to work with, you know, former pros and players that were super notable in the scene. But of course, continuing on with the conversation, you mentioned it, Beat Down, most valuable prospect. This has been a term that has now been, you know, around for the past 3 years, ever since its inception back in 2022 when we debuted it during the Academy days of spring 2022 and the second iteration of the Proving Ground circuit. And our important distinction of the most valuable prospect is, unlike an MVP award where, you know, most valuable player, you kind of just see it as the overall best player in the league. This is, yes, you know, a player that is the best in the league, but also the player we best believe is going to make a positive impact within the Tier 1 scene upon promotion within the next 2 years of their debut, which is why we have been so desperately trying to push forward Yuji up the pipeline
so we can talk about someone else.
2 splits, you know, and finally it's happening. But of course, that means with Yuji finally promoted, we have done our job. And, you know, just to give some track record results, guys, 3 of our most valuable prospect recipients, Dokla, Busio, and Masu, have all reached top 8 worlds within 2 years of their debut, as well as claiming an LCS title as well within that timeline as well. If you think about both Masu and Busio getting FlyQuest, their first ever title in summer 2024, Dokla claiming the LCS title in summer 2023, then reaching top 8 at Worlds of 2023 with NRG, and then Busio Masu, of course, reaching top 8 at Worlds as well in 2024. So we have a pretty darn good track record of promoting who we think believes has a shot in Tier 1. And hopefully UG can, live up to the task and bring Team Liquid to either another title for themselves and maybe a top 8 world finish.
Yeah, I mean, it is great that we're able to kind of get it right more often than not, Mark, with the player with regards to a most valuable prospect. And of course, now the other award that we need to be focusing on, because MVP talk is going to be a little later, of course, is All-Pro. And as you can see on the bottom of our screen, we have our third All-Pro team selected. We all voted, of course, on the broadcast team, and I believe players and coaching staff for all the teams in the league voted as well. Thank you for confirming that, Mark. And all those votes have been tallied to this.
So, starting off with our third All-Pro team as voted by your talent as well as the players and coaches across the league, revealing one by one, get the drum roll going. Top lane is TF Blade of Near Airport. And really cool thing, guys, if you think about it, TF Blade is considered a rookie because this is, if we go back through all of the official NA sanctioned Tier 2 competitions, this is TF Blade's first Riot official sanction. So this technically makes him a rookie. I know people might find that amusing because TF Blade has been known and around the scene for quite some time, but it technically, it technically fits.
I don't think we have to do all this work with the technically and this and that. I know he's been around the scene for a long time, but like really, he's a rookie because he's never played comp before. And I mean, I understand why it might be like odd for community, especially if you've been around for a long time. But I mean, straight up, he's a rookie. Like,
yeah, I
he's
mean,
never
like
played before. It's simple.
Yeah, the closest things have been like Tyler 1 championships, right, or any Tyler 1 competitions. But maybe the fact that this is an official Riot Sanction 1, congrats to TF Blade already making a huge mark here. Continuing on the board though, Jungle. Who do we got? Tomio. All right. Tomio from Luminosity Gaming. You're gonna get a chance to see him later today already. Tomio within this roster, Luminosity Gaming posturing themselves as a overall our second highest team throughout the regular season. Definitely one of our favorites to win the title this split.
Yeah, I'd say with Yuji out of the picture due to his promotion to LTA North, Luminosity Gaming, in my opinion, are the team to beat, and Tomio is right there at their head in the jungle. So a very well-deserved shout-out for him in the jungle, and it's nice to see him play well.
That's right. Moving on down the board and the roster here, mid lane is Dark Wings from Conviction
I knew you'd like
Esports.
That one.
Okay, so this is really cool because even though Conviction Esports is not, in our top 3 of teams, and I was almost kind of looking at this split thinking, is our All-Pro just going to be an assortment of all the players from the top 3 teams, But this is one of those situations where Dark Wings has really stepped up his regular season performance. As a reminder, these All-Pro votes are regular season awards. They will not take into account what performances happen in the playoff stage. But during regular season, Dark Wings has done a lot to help Conviction Esports clutch up when they needed to and make some really impressive victories, whether they were only just game wins or impressive series wins over teams that we projected were supposed to be favored against them. So, shout out to Dark Wings.
Yeah, I mean, we got to keep it moving. So now next up is who's going to be in the AD carry role for third team All-Pro, and it's going to be Double Lift. So, I mean, even though Dark Wings was that kind of exception to the trend of top 3, we're right back to it with our third place regular season AD carry there in Double Lift.
Yeah, and then for the most part, I think Double Lift still is showing that he is one of our top performers throughout the regular season. Obviously, like we said, this is a regular season award, so playoffs performances, no matter what happens, that does not get factored into what these All-Pro votes are like. And this is a collection of votes from both talent as well as players and coaches on who they believe were the top performers. And then finally, in support, last one.
Is it who I think it is? Yep, it is Breezy.
So once again, this is another situation where it is not a player from one of our top 3 finishing teams in the regular season standings, but it goes to show that, a player like Breezy was the difference maker in helping lift up a team like CCG Esports and making sure that they are still on the top half of the standings going into playoffs. And I think Breezy, we've already had a ton of conversations about this guy, as in past splits, it's been hard to see Breezy try and breach a place where the top 3 supports he could like fit in. This is finally a split where he can, because, you know, a lot of the other supports have now finally promoted into tier 1. So now Breezy has a chance to kind of distinguish himself as one of the next best supports.
Yeah, this has kind of been his moment, this split, and I think for the most part he's lived up to it. The last couple weeks of play from CCG definitely have been a little more lackluster, and even though we're not counting playoffs, I think it's worth mentioning overall too. But I think Breezy overall has been really good and is deserving of this shout out.
That's right. Well, with that in mind, again, thank you to everyone who voted in our All-Pro votes. We will be continuing with our second All-Pro team reveal next week, and then first All-Pro team 2 weeks after, and then finally our Most Valuable Prospect Award being revealed during finals week. So it's going to be an exciting schedule of all these awards being rolled out here, and I want to shout out La Liga ACE Esports for basically being able to work with us and making sure that we could continue this tradition going forward in the split. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into our first best of the 3 for the day. Dark Zero versus Conviction Esports. Now, like we said before, Beatdown, I don't know if you were watching the highlight reel at the top of the show, but we casted this series. We know what has happened before, but the big difference, Yuji's no longer here. As Shogo has said, Thanos is no longer here in the league. So maybe there's a chance for other teams to step up and be able to take them down. But still, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, even without Yuji, is still a formidable roster. Looking at it from top to bottom, Zamudo, Shimmer, Spyrex, Sajet, and Zyko, all still top performers in their individual role.
Yeah, we've said all we can about Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and I think Shimmer specifically had a pretty good debut when he first played in the NACL a couple weeks ago. Actually gave a really nice interview as well. I believe me and Mazel were interviewing him, and it was great to hear from him and kind of get that motivation on how hard he's trying to work and make it here, and especially in such a great system that they have over on Dark Zero Dragonsteel. You got to imagine he's got a pretty bright future ahead of him, but he also has a big shoes to fill, because Yuji has taken that step up to the LTA North.
And the way that Dark Zero Dragonsteel has really been able to operate with Yuji formerly at the helm has now been, you know, kind of called into, I don't want to say question, but it has been put to the test for Dark Zero now that Shimmer is trying to fill those shoes. And it's not the easiest thing in the world, because Yuji has been able to do so much for this team in the past. But the nice thing for Dark Zero Dragonsteel that still remains very true is the strength of its solo laners. Zamudo and Spyrex have by far and away been some of our top, if not the absolute best players in their individual role across this split. And that's saying a lot, because we've had, you know, heavy hitters either from, you know, formerly playing in tier 1 like Fake God, or even, you know, Pole Belter with a legacy that is so remarkable and so well known. The fact that both Zamudo and Spyrex can kind of live up to these big names and even eclipse them in performances just goes to show how far they have come as individual players without having gotten a chance to officially start in tier 1 pro play.
Yeah, I mean, just for Spyrex and Zamudo, I voted them personally for first team All-Pro, because I really believe they are the best in their roles. And part of my vote for who was going to win this time around was going to be about which Dark Zero are we seeing today. And the fact that we're getting this one tells me that they mean serious business here, even though Yuji isn't around. This roster still has a lot of power.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, you know, this is a lot of this roster swaps around have either been to give Dark Zero Light, their secondary team, a chance to play on stage, or the fact that Dark Zero have had other tournament obligations in the collegiate scene as well, which their last collegiate event will be at the end of the month in Raleigh, North Carolina, once we go to finals. But of course, we got to talk about their opponents on the other side of the rift. It is going to be Conviction Esports, and this team has probably been the biggest surprise, if not one of the biggest surprises we've had so far in the split. Conviction Esports, when we first talked about them on where they would end up, we definitely thought that they would kind of be in the middle of that soup clump, but I personally had them on the bottom half of that soup clump with just, they have a chance to make it into, top 6 for playoffs, but, it might be a struggle for them. That has not been the case here, Beatdown. Conviction Esports, top to bottom, you look at Hoarder, Kizno, Darkwing, Chrome, and Manui. You've had a lot of players where in most other situations, either people have passed up on them or not been really given other opportunities for other top performing tier 2 teams in the past, and they are showing that they are not ones to be slept on.
Right, and personally, I had them kind of right in the middle at 5th place. I actually didn't think they would end up being a better team than CCG, but they proved it by beating them, of course, in the regular season, which allowed them to get 4th place going into playoff, but they beat them again yesterday to find themselves here in the second round, still being in the upper bracket. So I think they have a lot to be excited. There's a lot to be excited about with this roster. I think Hoarder, I can't stop singing his praises because from what we've seen from him in tier 3 these last couple of years on rosters like Team Ambition, I wasn't the most excited about him. The fact is, he has stepped it up big time. He has been one of their best performing players, and I'm pretty sure this time around we aren't doing things like Rookie of the Split and Most Improved Player. But if we were doing Rookie of the Split, Hoarder's my Rookie of the Split. It's not close.
Yeah. I kind of in the same boat with you. There's definitely been some plenty impressive rookies if you look down across the board. Even Aljun is one that we would be looking at for Rookie of the Split. But Hoarder has by far and away been so impressive and definitely the biggest surprise on this Conviction Esports roster. Obviously, we've seen tier 2 kind of play from the likes of Kizno, who played on Lit Esports last year. Darkwings has been around since his debut with Dignitas Academy back in spring 2022, and his performance has kind of been all over the place. Manui, formerly an AD carry, and Chrome, formerly also known as Aaron, has played in the collegiate scene at the very least, if not, a previous split in NACL. But a lot of these stark improvements that these individuals have made, even before coming into the regular season, we know that from us, friends close to the org, that Hoarder and Kizno went to Korea and boot camped and reached top 50 or a high percentage of Korean solo queue ladder. Yeah, that is crazy. And it just goes to show the dedication and the perseverance that both the top jungle have put in, and it really has leveled up their game, because I vaguely remember what Lit Esports and their performances was like in spring 2024, but I can't imagine that Kizno was playing as well as he was back then as he is this split.
I mean, we got to give a lot of props to Kizno. His Lit Esports, not even when he ended up debuting, he played on Supernova before, and that was when he was fresh, green, brand new player, and it really showed in the gameplay, and that was just barely 2 years ago. And you got to give him props for the work he's been putting in, because he has come so far these last couple of splits and gotten to this point where he's becoming a conversation for a top upcoming jungler.
Yeah, and Hoarder's right beside him too. Someone that even with his debut in NACL, all the combines that I've seen, all the solo queue footage I saw beforehand, I remember pro players would be like, "Oh, I have Hoarder on my team," and that feels bad to mention, but it's that was something that was happening a lot. But the fact that Hoarder has put in a lot of work to now, posture himself as one of our better top laners in the split, in his first split, is just insane. But we got to roll right into predictions to see where everyone is landing, and we're kind of split. This is exciting. Some people are on the Conviction Esports hype train. Some of us are not quite yet ready to purchase a ticket ourselves, because Dark Zero Dragonsteel is still a very formidable team. Is it still the best team without Yuji on the roster? Who knows? But I still think that you cannot be disrespecting and taking away from the rest of the roster, who has still been able to play at such a remarkable level. And, even without, the same jungler in the lineup, I think you have a lot to break in this Dark Zero Dragonsteel, specifically looking at the solo laners. The Moon Inspires have been far and away some of our best laners, if not the best laners in their position, and I think that's just a big challenge for Hoarder and Darkwings to see if they can overtake them.
I agree, and I think those are kind of the lanes to be watching this game, Mark, just because the fact that Porter, I mean, this rookie coming into the NACL has had some great performances, is a big part of why Conviction are where they are right now. And you have Darkwings, very seasoned, experienced player who's really coming back kind of into his prime, where he's playing really well this split. He's a big reason for Conviction success as well. And he almost every lane matchup he's played this split, so far, he is the one coming out on top in terms of lane advantages. And of course, he still team fights so well for this team overall. So now this is kind of that ultimate test. Like, can you overcome Spyrax and Zamudo? And we'll see.
Well, Dark Zero Dragonsteel are going to throw the first curveball and challenge against Conviction Esports, knowing that the other side has given up the Gwen freely because they have chosen to ban other options like the Azir, Jace, and the Yone. Conviction Esports answer with saying, all right, Chrome's going to get a Varus, and Kizno's going to get a Xin Zhao as well. So now, Dragonsteel, what do you round it out with? Bam, Pantheon Jhin. Both of these teams know exactly what they want.
Yeah, they're really wasting no time on that one. I mean, the Gwen, still quite a powerful pick, despite the nerfs on these last couple of patches, but I think it's in more of a reasonable power level. So while Zamudo is really good on the champ and will still scale like crazy, he's definitely going to be a lot more vulnerable early on, and, you know, can fall prey to something like the Mbessa, which was what Hoarder has been doing great on this split and wants to run back today.
Now into the second round of bans with what we have already arranged in both compositions for Dragonsteel and Conviction Esports. Right now you have a lot of early game power with Jhin in your bot lane to at least trying to match the push with the Varus. Pantheon and Xin Zhao, both very notable skirmishers, some of our best skirmishers and early game oriented junglers, although Xin Zhao typically, if the gold goes even, tends to have a lot more late game utility thanks to the power of the Crescent Guard, whereas Pantheon much more notable for his global pressure if he can at least play onto those side lanes. And when you have something like a Gwen and Mbessa, that's a volatile top lane that, you know, can be swung either way.
For sure. And I gotta say, I really like the bans in the second rotation. Getting rid of the Rakan is really smart from Conviction, just because I think it's the most popular engaged support right now and so good for Dragonsteel's comp. And the respective Darkwings, seeing both mid lane bans from Dragonsteel to remove some of those options and to give Spyrax the best blind matchup that they can, because of course that last pick is going to be safe for Darkwings in the mid lane. A lot of mids have been taken out of the picture, so we're digging kind of deep into this one. I think the Mel Hover happens a lot. I don't actually believe it.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, man, that would be, I think that would be the first time in this split. But you know what? Annie makes sense, at least for what Conviction Esports want to do here. You have a lot of pick power here. Obviously, with Dark Zero Dragonsteel, Pantheon can kind of get the job done wherever he goes, thanks to that point-and-click stun on his W, right? But he can at least try and snowball any of these lanes. Mid lane maybe doesn't need as much help unless you really want to accelerate this way, but for Conviction Esports side, I mean, look at it beat down. You got Chain of Corruptions from Varus, you've got Annie Tipper stun from Annie, 3-Talon Strike from Xin Zhao. So Conviction Esports, depending on what build this Varus goes, which in my mind, I would imagine a poke build, since there's a lot of, you know, things you do not want to get in close range of, such as the Gwen and the Pantheon, right? And you don't get to really interact with Hwei and Jhin if you are on hit Varus, because they would effectively outrange you with some of their abilities.
I agree, and you're kind of touching on a greater, I think, problem Conviction may run into against the draft that Dark Zero have, because you mentioned it, range. It's the Hwei and the Jhin, and the fact that you have this Poppy and Gwen that really function very well as anti-dive, especially when you consider the Keeper's Verdict being able to give you numbers advantages, allow you to create space, allow you to disengage fights. Because you look at Conviction's comp, you're right, it is the Poke Varus, so it is really this sort of one-shot burst type of composition. And if Dark Zero can kind of weather that with a lot of their disengage, use that range to kind of prevent Conviction from getting an angle, it really seems like it won't be too difficult for them to navigate these team fights.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on to see how fast Conviction Esports can either look for these picks in the early mid game and see if they can accelerate a gold lead for themselves so that it's a lot easier to continue forcing those picks, or if Dark Zero can weather the storm and be able to play at range. As we're now onto the Rift, just under 2 minutes. Laning phase has already started between both teams here. One of the conversations I also want to keep in mind, Beatdown, is actually tracking Shimmer, because one of his most recent performances in Collegiate, I know it's not NACL, but I think an overall important factor to the conversation about this Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster is when they competed as Miracle University. One of their last series was against Ole Miss, and it went to a full Game 5 scenario where Ole Miss, you may not, recognize if you're not sure of the distinction, is also Supernova in this league. They finished, 7th, 8th place. So no promotion relegation tournament for them, but they will be very guaranteed into Split 2. They just don't get to play in playoffs, right? But for that roster, they took Dark Zero Dragonsteel essentially to full Game 5, and a lot of those moments where Supernova, aka Ole Miss, were able to overcome Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they were punishing a lot of, mistakes that Shimmer was making. And we don't know if necessarily that was nerves or just, stage pressure, or just,
lack of experience.
Just lack of experience, This is a moment where Shimmer can kind of, continue taking these series and these stage games one game at a time and try and improve on the consistency, because the conversation is still, how well does Shimmer fill in the shoes of Yuji for this roster?
Yeah, how well can he facilitate the really strong laners that we've been kind of hyping up all split for damn good reason? And it is interesting, too, to highlight this jungle matchup, because on the other side, Kizno, he's been in this very same spot just 2 years prior, and now with more experience under his belt, he's looking to have that big impact for his team on the other side to get themselves into that winners finals. Again, that reminder, guys, winner of this match, you're guaranteed top 3, and you'll be one best of 5 away from grand finals.
Yep. Both of the junglers taking a pass through mid lane. Kizno at least getting the first view on Shimmer, and will take the bottom scuttle crab as Shimmer was able to get the top crab for himself. So we end up being even trade on full clears from both junglers. Neither team has really found a solid gold advantage just through laning, if at best maybe bot lane with Sajet and Zyko on this Jhin and Poppy, but it is pretty dead even so far. And I imagine, as you said, Beatdown, if Conviction Esports are not able to start accelerating the game once a lot of these champions start hitting level 6 and they have those ultimates available to force those one-for-one picks and get those summon advantages that leads into kills, then, Dark Zero are in a great state in the game.
Yeah, late game does end up looking pretty nice for them, especially when you have that Gwen in the side lane. If Zamudo's able to hang back and just farm, not really be under pressure or fall too far behind, he will be a problem even for Hoarders and Bessa later on in the lane. That can also create some very difficult situations for Dark Zero, or rather for Conviction, excuse me, when we start talking about big neutral objectives.
First dragon in the game has spawned. It is Infernal, so no Infernal Soul this game. Topside is going to take a moment to pick a base here. Zamudo at least getting already an early advantage, forcing Zamudo to, on this first back, I should say. Kizno is pathing towards the top side of the map. We'll have a chance to see if maybe there's a chance to relieve some pressure if Hoarder wants to continue soaking as many waves as possible so that he's not forced off an unconventional timer.
Yeah, and of course we are getting word that there has been a pause due to a technical issue that will be taken care of any minute now. But I think we can already start talking about... No, it wasn't me this time. I promise. My hands are... You see my hands? They're right here. It's okay. I didn't touch anything. Cool.
Hands up.
Yeah, exactly. Hands up.
It
exactly.
wasn't us.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
It's literally the FBI open up meme. But yeah, I think we can already start to get a bit of an idea that you pointed out that the solo laners that we've been hyping up for the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel already getting advantages. I think top lane is the more interesting one than mid, just because you have a range problem as Annie into something like the Hui, but still Dark Wings getting big chunks like that, forcing inopportune base timers is going to create some advantages for him in the mid lane, and it's going to make it that much harder for Dark Wings to have that big damage impact on the Annie for this burst comp.
Yeah, and it's not the easiest lane or champion to roam and make plays with as Hui in particular. I mean, you can push out the wave, and then you can look to combo a Severing Bolt if Pantheon makes his way in and just kind of play long range, right? But I imagine if there's going to be any kind of like group plays trying to punish Hoarder and catch him while he is low on HP and hasn't gotten a chance to base, look at how bot lane it has evolved so far. So Jed and Zyko have been able to push in that lane constantly against Chrome and Manui so far. If you're able to get another wave shoved in, send that Poppy topside. See if you can, you know, get something going there and continue to accelerate this Gwen. Because as you already pointed out, if Hoarder's under pressure, then they're going to be asking for some jungle assistance or some relief of pressure from anywhere on the map so that Hoarder is not exposed. But already we see a result of that pressure. Not only Hoarder forced a TP and pushing back against the wave, Zambudo gets to hold on to his own teleport. I take that back. He is now forced to...
He baited you.
Yeah, he baited me. He's going to go bot side here.
Yeah. But look what happens. This actually creates a pretty awkward situation because that back that we saw from Hoarder where he had to stay and then he teleported top lane, I don't know if this was a mixed-up call. Maybe they want to shift Darkwings down to bot lane, but because of this teleport from Hoarder, nobody's answering Zambudo in the bot wave. Waves are being lost, the Gwen is getting plates, and this late-game monster is going to get to that late game that much faster because of this mishap, and that's something we've seen from Conviction kind of often in their losses, that kind of lack of understanding of what fights can they actually take, what objectives can they actually go for, and when should they actually trade. So this little mishap here has given Dark Zero Dragonsteel a 1k gold lead. Should give them that easy route to the grubs in a minute's time as well.
Yeah, I would really love if the observers get a chance to just quickly hover over the bottom tier 1 turret on red side just to see if Zambudo was able to get 1 or 2 plates off that push. Meanwhile, top lane, there's a lot of actions. Zyko forces a flash, and Chrome and Manui finding a window where they can get aggressive against their bot lane counterparts and already forcing double summoners out of the support.
Yeah, pretty good. Especially forcing Zyko to back. It does give that bit of a moment where Dark Zero aren't going to be able to lay down vision. Now that Dragon is done, Kizno and the rest of Conviction could try to work their way to the top side and perhaps set themselves up in a position where they could actually try and fight for these grubs. There are no top laners on TP, so Zamuda's advantage, which is their entire gold lead, doesn't actually matter. Oh, but this does.
Oh boy, Shimmer hit level 6 and knew that Chrome was a little too overextended for his own welcome. That's first blood going over to Dark Zero.
A great punish. The Grand Starfall is a big thing that Dark Zero have against Conviction. There are no globals or semi-globals to respond, and it does mean that side laning is just that much more dangerous when that ult is up.
Yeah, this priority guarantees Dark Zero all 3 grubs on the top side. Kizno's going to try to make a plan of attack on this bot lane with Hoarder potentially, but it would be hard to lock down Zambudo because if you're trying to open up with the public execution and Zambudo just pops the miss, pretty sure that is a no-go from the side of Conviction Esports. And I want to note something, Beatdown. Have you seen the full AP build of Gwen? Actually, we're going to take a quick cinematic
I think I watched it with you, because I feel like I know what you're going to say, because it was Zambudo who did it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing to talk about here, so we can just talk about the build. It was Lich Bane, something like that.
Yeah, like Lich
I'm pretty
Bane,
sure it was last time these teams
Shadow
met.
Flame, Death
Yep.
Cap.
Yep.
It, like full AP burst, and we talked to Zambudo about it, and we asked like, hey, you know, is this something you cooked? Or and he told us like, no, there is someone who swears by the build, and I, you know, decided to try it, and it does do a lot of burst damage. You know, you're very squishy. You don't have nearly as much survivability, but you are a mega nuke when you come to the fight. Yep.
That's right. And worth noting, Manui does have had that experience difference. Now Chrome. Nothing's gonna happen. Sad. But I think a bot lane play is on the way because Darkwings, while Hui can't really find ways to roam, and he definitely can. Yeah, Darkwings go down. Oh,
damn.
He called it off.
Yep. Good ward by Zambudo, and the wave is a little too pushed up. Hoarder doesn't want to, you know, basically upset the freeze, but the hover itself at least puts pressure on Zambudo that he cannot fully crash the wave in, so now he's probably gonna have to trade into Investing to make it happen. Meanwhile, Shimmer trying to look for Manui, but really good Pulverize stops him before he can even get in range.
Yeah, nicely done. He's gonna save himself from having to use summoner spells, use that Unbreakable Will, and everybody's just gonna go back to neutral. And Dark Zero, because of that play that was on the replay with the Grand Starfall, they have all 3 grubs for free. And it really benefits Dark Zero, Zambudo in particular, because again, he already has a 20 CS lead over Hoarder almost. It's just going to get that much more dangerous. So having the grubs is going to make it that much difficult.
Good flash by Chrome, but Chrome under tower low. The minions are are going to help be the unofficial third man, allowing Dark Zero's bot lane to get the 2v1 kill onto Chrome.
It feels bad too because he used both sums there and doesn't end up living. Kill goes to Zyko, but him being off the map really makes that play not as great as it would have been, especially because when you think about the Poppy and the Pantheon trying to get on top of Chrome as much as they can, that flash is going to be really impactful, especially with Dragon coming up pretty soon. So now Chrome really has to make use of that range he has on the Spoke Varus.
Just initiating, being able to carry through the minion wave, slow it down, and then Chrome already just put under so much pressure here. And if it wasn't for those damn minions, maybe Chrome would have survived.
Maybe. I respect the effort there from Manui. I respect the vision to try and save your AD carry, but it doesn't end up working out. But it's looking like we're keeping these lane assignments for the moment. And it does mean that Conviction will be late to rotation for the Dragon if there ends up being one. They have an angle to play for Drake stacking, and as we highlighted, late game is not necessarily their friend, which means Drake stacking should be a high priority for them.
Yeah. Now, at least for Conviction Esports, they got the first one off the bat, relatively close to the initial spawn timer here. So now that is why we are seeing that next Dragon coming up in the next minute. Conviction Esports haven't necessarily postured all of their members towards the bottom side of the map, but they at least have their strongest members here. However, Zamuno has a Lich Bane first already. Shimmer has a Sunder Sky already. A lot of first item spikes have already come in through for Dark Zero, so if any of their top side core is there at a fight, I think Conviction Esports are less likely to go for the fight. However, top side, Manui trying to look for an initial play onto Zyko here. Kisno is here, but Shimmer with the Grand Starfall is going to make things very uncomfortable for Conviction Esports. Kisno pops the ultimate, blocks damage on the backside retreat. Going to take up one more Curtain Call bullet, as Sajet would have likely wanted to aim for Manui, but could not find the cow in time. Conviction Esports does survive in the end, but Dark Zero went out on the pressure war.
It is costly, though. That, even though Manui, or even though it was 2 ults for 2, I just think that the Crescent Guard and the Unbreakable Will are just so much more valuable when it comes to objective fights, especially with how Conviction want to play these fights. So Dark Zero, very happy to trade those ults the way they did. Now we're in a really good position, I think, to contest this next Dragon and just slow down Conviction's whole game plan.
Yeah. Now that it's spawned, I imagine Dark Zero can just easily rush to the mid side of the map. They're going to relieve Spyrex in the mid lane so that he can either go to the bottom side of the map or top side. Zabuto can stay here, but more than oh my goodness, that was so close. You saw the Deadly Flourish root go through the recall too. That's crazy.
Yeah, and okay, that teleport top side, very telling there from Conviction. It's looking like they just want to focus on pushing waves right now and don't look like they actually want to contest for that next Drake, even though they have a bit of an angle now with most of them.
I get
Samuto is matching. He has teleport, so really, Darkwing's walking now. He still might be too late.
Yeah, but it makes sense, though. Darkwings had already used Tibbers right in the mid-wave, so he has nothing to offer for the next 30 seconds if Conviction Esports want to rip this Dragon and fight potentially here, whereas Hoarder still has his Slash and Public Execution if needed. And because Conviction have their 2 strongest members at this Dragon, it's seen by Dark Zero, but they haven't gotten a chance to contest
they're gonna get it.
And it's good enough that Conviction get the second Dragon of the game. Now it's all about the retreat path. Dark Zero trying to root up Manui. They lock him down with Shimmer's Pantheon. Crescent Guard is pop, blocks any incoming damage. The return kill goes to Hoarder with the Public Execution on his Shimmer. But Spiraling Despair chasing after Kisno. He pops the Blast Cone, gets to the safety on the other side of the wall, but here comes a Curtain Call. How well can you play dodgeball here? One more Curtain Call bullet. The Deadly Force locks him up, and Spirax kills him even with a flash. Dark Zero starting to spiral on ahead in this game.
Really nice cleanup there from Dark Zero, and Spyrax on the way. The saving grace for Conviction is that they did manage to get at least 1 kill, and of course they secure the Dragon. So the stacking win con is still possible for them, especially a Mountain Soul would do wonders against Dark Zero's composition, and it's just good overall. But still, you just, again, seeing so many examples of how good this Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster is, even without Thanos or Yuji, as everybody else calls him.
Yeah.
So Conviction still have their work cut out for them this game.
And I have to say, it comes to show how damn good at Dark Zero Dragonsteel as a team in just being able to maximize and optimize their resource income. Before that play, they allocated all their lane assignments to make sure that everyone was picking up waves before the dragon was taken. And Dark Zero essentially made the call, we're not going to compete for the dragon because we would lose waves and that's not worth it for us, but we can make time after the waves to catch them on the retreat. And that is why they're still ahead around 3,000 gold, despite Conviction Esports getting the first 2 dragons of the game. Their objective score has just been that much cleaner. And now, Shimmer picking up the Rift Herald, looking for Nui again. Conviction Esports want to see if they can fight this one. Chain of Corruptions. I don't know if it actually rooted up Zyko. That looks too close, but at least they flashed on top of him to guarantee the kill. Shimmer's going to lock down Kizno. Crescent Guard available, goes back in, tries to send it, gets the double kill onto Shimmer's Pantheon. Now Spyrax, can he survive? Yes, easily so. Sajet is able to help him clean off the kill.
And ends up being the 2-for-1, so in favor of Conviction. Nicely played by them. And Zyko, of course, he did use the McHale's on himself. He timed it perfectly to avoid the roots from the Chain of Corruptions. I think that's what ended up happening there. But overall, still a good fight there from Conviction. An example of how their comp is really starting to come online right now at this 1 item mark. And 2 items, things still look really good for them. But again, gotta stress how time is not really on their side, which is why fighting now is good for them. Securing Drakes as soon as they can is good for them. So with that Drake timer at 2 minutes, I expect them to set up for that too.
There's an elephant in the room here, Beatdown. So far, across the board, CS has been relatively even. Oh, hang on. Oh, good flash by Spyrax, dodging the pulverized flash from Manui there. And now Grand Starfall for the chase and the re-engage. Looking for Manui. Does not have the ultimate on the Alistar. Goes in for one last pulverized knockup to see maybe there's an angle for Darkwings to re-engage, but not going to be the case here. Tibbers already expended, and Dark Zero getting a punish on the support.
Great read from Zyko, even better response from Shimmer. So they're going to be able to turn that into a kill and so much more, Mark, because they have the Rift Herald that they earned earlier.
Yep.
So it's going to get them another turret into their pockets, rather the first turret. So a ton of gold into their back pocket as a result. And it's allowing them to continue this gold lead. I mean, the fact is, when you're running a comp like Convictions, where you're running out of time, being at a gold deficit just speeds up the time. It just runs down the clock so much faster than normal. So this game is already accelerating out of their control, and it seems like we're at a position where if Dark Zero want to fight for this next dragon and they secure it, Conviction are going to have a really hard time.
That's right, and it just goes to show that Dark Zero, very patient and having just a great understanding of their win conditions for their composition relative to the strength of Conviction Esports. Not willing or not wanting to actively take a fight during the second dragon take, but after the fight, and making sure that they are getting as many resources as possible so that when it comes to wall differential, you know, it's majorly on their side, and it just makes taking those fights that much easier. But as we look forward into the game, third dragon, as you mentioned, coming up in the next 30 seconds for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. 2 items have not been finished yet by any member on the field. However, Spyrax is close, Zamudo's close, and even Sajed, to an extent, is also very close as well, working towards that Infinity Edge in particular. If Dark Zero are able to stall out the dragon take to a point where 2 items are there, I mean, Conviction Esports are in dire straits at that point.
And they know it too, Mark. That's why you're seeing the double teleport come through from the Soul Laners. The response from Spyrax means everyone knows how important this next dragon is.
A little bit of a tussle in the bottom river, just trying to fight for position and posture. Conviction Esports maintain control of this bottom river entrance from the mid lane. Dark Zero have the first wave touch, though, so that they can pressure this tier 1 turret, and Conviction Esports have to make a decision. Do they want to rip the dragon, or do they want to contest the wave? So far, they're kind of split on the call.
Look at top lane.
And they're not going to be able to contest. And now Zamudo says, you know what? Screw the dragon. You can have the third dragon. We're going to pressure you on all sides of the map.
It's a great call from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Even if it's Soul Point, it isn't the Soul yet. And turning this into a mid-tier 1, a top tier 2, just quite literally gives them 1,000 gold right off the bat. That's not even including the waves they pick up in the process and the ones that Conviction aren't picking up. So really snap decision from the players on Dark Zero Dragonsteel to just accelerate this lead so much further.
2 things. 1, a forgot that the other big item for Zamudo is Malignance, which makes the ulti cooldown so much faster, which is what fascinated us the last time we saw it. But also, Dark Zero Dragonsteel is just such a fascinating and awesome team to watch when it comes to map play, because I don't think any other team matches the identity of them saying, we are willing to double down on giving these neutral objectives just for map control and turret pressure, as Hoarder now is under fire in a 2v1, and I don't think he's going to get a chance to at least get a revenge kill before his death. 7-4, 4,000 gold. It's Dark Zero Dragonsteel leading the first game.
And it's looking like they're going to go ahead and lead that one to a win, because this game, again, it only gets exponentially more difficult with time. Now we're approaching Otacon being for play on the map. And of course, he's already up. We're also worrying about that Dragon Soul that Conviction probably won't be able to get anymore.
Potential catch on the Manui, already popping the ultimate. Good use of the Otacon so that he can headbutt his way to safety. However, he's still getting slowed by curtain call bullets, trying to look for another setup so that Darkwings and Kizno can get a return kill, and they do on top of Zamudo's Gwen. The Keeper's Verdict, unfortunately, does not come in time, and now Zyko is all isolated. Maybe it's a turnaround for Conviction Esports. This would be a moment to try and find their way back into getting a footing on this game. And Conviction Esports, their best option is, we have to rip the Otacon. We have to take this moment where we have a numbers advantage.
Yeah, this is a great turnaround there. Really nicely done from Kizno and the rest on Conviction, but they need to be able to secure this to call this one a win. Shimmer is in the area, and he wants to play for the steal.
Shimmer does have Flash available. 4k HP on the Otacon. Shimmer walking up slowly, getting ready to down smash his way back into victory. 3k HP. Good fear onto Kizno. Spiraling Despair. Can Shimmer get close? Looking for the vision. Flashing forward for the stun. 1,400. 1,000. Who's going to secure it? It's
my God!
That steals the Otacon, because none of the junglers were able to get it to focus down on top of it. And now Dark Zero ready to double down and make them pay the piper. Conviction Esports will pay the ultimate price, and a quadra kill, reaping the rewards as Shimmer on Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
And just like that, Conviction have lost everything, Mark. That Otacon was their ticket back into this one. That Otacon was the best way for them to actually secure that Mountain Soul, but instead they almost get aced. The Otacon goes to Dark Zero by way of a Jhin 4th shot, and now Conviction are down 7,000 gold, and they just don't have a leg to stand on anymore.
And it just goes to show Beatdown that all of the investment toward these resources, toward taking turrets, picking up extra ways for themselves, instead of feeling the need to buy into Conviction Esports Dragon Pressure game, where they just clearly are able to finally make the investment pay through. They took that fight where a few of them had 2 item spikes on their side. They now have full control of this river, where Kizno might be in trouble here. Crescent Guard pops. Zamudo's actually going to get a chance to
my God!
He just rips through Kizno, flashing away. At least Hoarder will get a chance to follow up with his own summoner spell and make sure that the top laner, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, does not get away. But Dark Zero still have the numbers advantage on the map. Dragon is not spawning for another minute and 30, but this will give DZ an opportunity to play the map.
And this 2 for nothing just means more gold into their pockets as well. And they're sequestering Conviction. They're basically just outside of their base, because you have to respect the Hex Flash from Zyko. That's why even Chrome walks up to this wave very begrudgingly. Oh,
Zyko Hex Flashing in just to, you know, scare him, spook him.
Jump scare.
Yeah, don't walk up in this place. This is our tier 2 turret.
Just a reminder. It's about sending a message.
That's right, baby. You gotta always send a message. And when you got a 7,000 gold differential in your pocket, you gotta walk around, you know, with the fat stacks in your cash. You know, position towards the front. Make sure that you're the one that's walking big on campus. You know.
Yeah, make sure your pockets are showing.
That's right, baby.
Yeah. Now, even though Conviction's pockets are full of dragons, and there's a soul that theoretically could go their way this game, I don't even think a soul is going to make the difference at this point. It will certainly help, but that's why you're seeing Darkwings try and get this forward setup here on the Annie. This Annie is at 2 items, is running Electrocute, so the bush play, and this is what it takes, Mark. You gotta hope you can blow up a high-level threat in one shot, and get yourselves that numbers advantage. They actually don't know where they are. Oh, this is going to work.
Patience, looking for Shimmer first, trying to blow him up. Can he get an empowered shield to block the damage incoming? Not going to be the case. Chrome gets the shutdown on a Shimmer, but there's still 4 other members that are just as strong on Dark Zero's side, if not stronger. So Mudo already forcing Manui to flash over the wall. Is going to live with a sliver of HP, but Darkwings gets sniped by the deadly flourish, and Zamudo snips him down to size. Conviction Esports now down to 4 members. Dark Zero able to equalize the odds. And even though Conviction have their jungler, they have the smite advantage, it is Dark Zero that is daring Conviction to challenge them in the river.
Yeah, now Hoarder is facing the curtain call. He's facing a couple people. Yeah, I think you just got to back it up as Conviction. I mean, look, you're seeing Chrome and Kizno go for the back. They're just going to let go of this dragon. And while the push play did net them a little bit of something, they were too split up in that fight to actually take full advantage of the numbers that they got for themselves. So the first dragon they've lost this game, and it feels like the beginning of the end.
Conviction Esports still have this Dragon Soul win condition. You know, we don't want to, you know, completely ignore it. However, there's a reason why both me and Beatdown have been hedging our bets on Dark Zero ever since they have been proactively playing away from dragons and choosing and prioritizing their own resource income on the map. And it has already come shown.
Oh, big time. And you can see it. Bounties all across the board on the key damage dealers of Dark Zero. And this gold lead is just astronomical. 7,000 in their favor. And this is the comp that outscales, by the way. So they've already scaled. They've arrived. This is exactly the point they want to be at. And Conviction have to play some weird kind of League of Legends that they actually want to hope to come back. Bush plays like what we saw before are the bare minimum that Conviction need to achieve to be able to find their way back.
Yeah. It's going to be testing Dark Zero's patience as well as their vision control and who is the one stepping up to face check these pushes here. Conviction Esports not getting a chance to find another proactive bush play. Kizno might be cut off from the rest of his team here. Press and guard still at the ready, being patient and not popping it anytime soon. Dark Zero not going to find much. Burning the ignite from Zyko. Conviction Esports still maintain their jungler for now. He's going to try to look for a quick base before Dark Zero attempt to rip this Baron.
That's right, they are... Oh, is that a... Yeah.
Oh, this could be tricky for Conviction Esports. Manua, forced to pop the ultimate there. Was taking way too much damage. Needs to stay healthy on the map in case he needs to create an opportunity for Conviction Esports to engage on a carry.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they don't have that.
Flash from Zyko, looking for Shimmer. He flashes back. Good Keeper's Verdict punts away the jungler and the support for now. Darkwing's not able to follow up with a Flash Tibber stun since the rest of his front line was sent out of the arena.
Honestly, I think Zyko saved their lives. That could have gone so much worse for Conviction had they actually just secured those kills. It could have been a Baron, and it could have just been the end of the game as we knew it. But instead, they get punted away, as you said, and Conviction live to fight another day. Now they have time to get Manui's ultimate back off of cooldown as well. That Unbreakable Will, again, so crucial for these team fights. And having it at rank 2, increasing that damage reduction, I mean, Manui's going to be able to take a little more punishment before he goes down.
Yeah. Almost 30 minutes into the game beatdown. Dark Zero have yet gotten a chance to really make some damage on the base of Conviction Esports. But as we said before, this is a composition that as later the game continues on, the more dangerous this composition becomes for the likes of Conviction Esports. Their ranged abilities really start to chunk out multiple members of Conviction Esports where they are kind of challenged when it comes to overall that range advantage. Zyko? Zyko, you are a little far, my friend.
Nice
already trying to bait maybe Conviction Esports into a fight, but no one from Dark Zero really set up. So a dangerous Hex Flash from the support of Dark Zero now gives Conviction Esports an opportunity when they have a numbers advantage on the map.
Yeah, it's a big punish. I think they have to play for the turn, though. Dark Zero are too strong.
Flash pulverize. Where's that headbutt going? It's not into the team unless they're just trying to keep Dark Zero out of the pit. But it's got to be communicated that the rest of Conviction need to tunnel onto the Baron. But it's now reset since Zamudo teleports into the river. Kizno trying to dash forward, but a great fear by Spirax. Oh, the flank from Darkwing.
Oh my God!
Flash Timber stop. That's the mid laner gone. That's the jungler gone. They trade out the support, though. It's now down to Zamudo. Whoa! The damage from Zamudo's Gwen. That's the full glass shreds. Conviction Esports had a moment, but it is dashed away by the top laner Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Cut them to ribbons like they're made of paper, Mark, and they make the statement, never let Zamudo have his Gwen. And any hope that Conviction would have had to come back in this game is effectively over. Now that they also have secured the Baron off the back of that play, even though 2 members of Dark Zero won't get it, the damage is done.
Now it's a 10,000 gold advantage. If the game is not winnable at this point for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I don't know what is, you know? It should be kind of closed at this point. Conviction Esports technically still have a chance if they can find a steal on the Dragon Soul, give them that Mountain Dragon Shield just to negate some of the burst. But did you just see what Zamudo's Gwen did to Conviction Esports?
Yeah.
I feel like we have to ensure that this is a family-friendly stream. That was
Not okay.
NC-17 material right there.
Yeah, if you're under 18, you cannot watch Zamudo team fight. It's just not
Correct.
appropriate. It is too brutal. It is too bloody. And it is too much for Conviction. As now their base is under attack.
Zamudo getting locked up here by Manui, but able to really resist all the damage coming through thanks to the power of that mist. Dark Zero Dragonsteel just need one more auto attack. Damn. Thank you, Empowered Cannon Minion. The first remnants of the base have been taken down on Conviction Esports side. Is the inhibitor structure through that bottom lane. The inhibitor now exposed, but Dark Zero still taking their time, extinguishing all available resources in this bottom side of the map, can still just secure this dragon for themselves, ensure that Conviction Esports are not able to find a way to finesse a Dragon Soul for themselves here. And Dark Zero just going to play this game out patiently and calmly.
Yeah, I mean, well played. They don't have to force the issue, or really at all. The onus is on Conviction at the moment, so now they're going to be able to secure that Drake and just go back to what little Baron push they have left. Still there for a minute. They can use it to probably target that mid inhibitor turret. That's why you're seeing more Conviction members show themselves there. See if they can protect that tier 3, but otherwise bottom inhibitor is exposed, and Conviction at this point, they're just fishing for whatever angle they might be able to find.
Severing bolts and curtain call bullets are flying at the moment. Manui trying to reduce all the damage as he can. Kizno popping the Crescent Guard, gets a chance to walk back to safety, but already 2 big ultimates from the side of Conviction Esports have been extended for the price of 2 on the side of Dark Zero. They are weathering the storm as much as they can, but they are losing structures in their base. The first inhibitor falls. Mid lane tier 3 also was destroyed, and that mid lane inhibitor is going to be the next one. Flash from Shimmer right on top of Darkwing. They're looking to pop the Annie, and they get it done. Keeper's party punts away too, and now Horde and Chrome have to back up, wait for their front line to be able to step back up to the plate, but they've already lost Manui and Darkwing. It is a 3-on-5, and Dark Zero knows the end of this script. They know how this chapter ends. Dark Zero Dragonsteel marching through the Nexus towers, making the Nexus exposed and bare for the taking, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel take the first game of the series.
And while Conviction definitely had some bright moments, Dark Zero still made that one look easy. It felt like they had a game plan, and Conviction could not respond to it in the slightest. Just giving up those early dragons, especially once we saw that trade, mid-tier 1, top-tier 2 for that third dragon, I knew Conviction were in trouble.
Yeah, and we didn't even touch on the slowly growing CS lead that Zamudo was having in that mid game.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, the early pressure and the lane allocation that you called out, where Zamudo forces Hoarder to teleport to the top side, then he bases and immediately teleports to the bottom side, crashes that huge wave, gets a huge gold influx on his side with the extra plate and the extra minion wave that Hoarder doesn't catch up on. And in those top lane matchups, once you fall behind, even if it's not from a death, level leads are so oppressive and overwhelming, and it's just like, well, I have to play safe and I have to preserve HP and just, you know, lose out on minions from this point on. And we saw at that point it was like 40 CS lead by the mid game.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, if you enjoyed watching the plays that you saw this game, you should take the opportunity to learn directly from some of these players. I mean, Zamudo, who had a great matchup there, is one of the coaches on prodiff.gg. So if you want to learn from the Gwen master, and get your game up. I mean, what better place is there to do it from pro.gg? Every coach on ProDiff is an active or recent NACL or LTA player, so you can be confident that they have the knowledge to take you to the next level.
Get your game up and get your game on as we get ready for a quick break. When we come back, it is game 2 of the series. Make sure you all are staying tuned. Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Conviction Esports. And the first game kind of resulted in what we were expecting, and that was Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking the dub. And now the manner that they are able to construct and manifest these games almost uniquely, I would say, in the league, because no other team is hard prioritizing the map the way Dark Zero Dragonsteel is.
Yeah, really the only other team you could argue does that well is Luminosity Gaming, and the only other team really in these playoffs who I think are really dangerous for everybody else still here in playoffs. But yeah, this is exactly as we expected as Dark Zero Dragonsteel. We kind of posed that challenge to Hoarder and Darkwings, needing to step up if they were going to get Conviction the win over Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to do so. Some pretty good map movement and some good laning overall from the mid and top laner of Dark Zero got them significant lane advantages that they were able to turn into big team fight wins later on.
Right, and one of the other points that we are looking at in this game, and we'll still continue to track over the series, is how well Shimmer is adjusting to filling in the new shoes as the new jungler for the main Dark Zero roster. And this game, he definitely had a big showing on the Pantheon. I think that there is definitely a lot of opportunities created by his lanes, and we've seen when Shimmer is able to be a reactor and a deterrent to any aggression that enemy teams are throwing the way of his team. That is where Shimmer can really thrive, and as long as Shimmer is able to prioritize his own resources, his own income, he can guarantee himself being as strong as possible, and just trusting in the rest of this Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster to be able to kind of thrive on their own and handle pressure unless they specifically call for him.
Yeah, and we just saw plenty of examples of them being able to handle pressure even if he's not around. And it's so, I mean, you're a jungler, Mark. I'm sure you can appreciate laners who can protect themselves when you're not in a position to actually help them. They're asking you for some reason why you don't randomly have Shen ult every game and can save them from everything.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it on broadcasts like the LPL unofficial English co-stream that some of us here on the NACL do, is when we look at like kill participation percentage from junglers, it tends to be that, the better your overall team is, the less participation percentage that the jungler has, because they are not nearly as needed across the map to bail out these laners. If it's higher on the percentage, then it goes to show, your team laners are a little bit weaker compared to everyone else in the league, and you desperately need jungle assistance to help make the difference in, creating advantages for those lanes. That's not the case here. And I think a lot of the times that we saw, at least across Collegiate, where Shimmer was getting ahead of himself, was he was making plays that were not necessary to the team's success. This team is already really strong. You just need to protect it when they need it.
Yeah. And we'll see if he's going to be able to do that one going forward. Of course, before we continue, just a reminder, guys, to follow us on every socials possible, right where Mark is pointing, hashtag NACL. NACL on YouTube and Twitch, and of course, watch NACL on Twitter. If you don't participate in any way, shape, or form, Mark can tell, and he won't start the next game. So please, guys, just do it. Just do it so we can watch the games. It's just a little, like 2 seconds of your time. Otherwise, Mark will hold us all hostage.
Well, I don't think I have the power to hold us all hostage, but
so
someone
modest
will.
He is.
Someone
modest.
definitely will. I'm also trying to push the responsibility and the blame not on me.
We could just blame Mazel again. I usually do that.
No, the man's not even on broadcast. Come on, man. Just throwing Mazel under the bus.
It's
like
him
that.
or you, bro. You got to pick one.
Fine. You know what? I'm an honorable man, and therefore I throw Mazel under the bus.
You got me.
Had him in the first half. Update on the upcoming draft for Game 2. As you can see down below, Conviction is going to take blue side this time around. Now, because this is Fearless, they're not going to have to worry about, Gwen from Zamudo anymore.
Right.
No Pantheon, no Xin Zhao trade either. But it does leave priority picks like Rumble up and available. Vi, if you're trying to secure something for the side of Kisno so that he can be the only jungler that has proactive tools early on that is not a tank, right? Because Vi is now the only one that can do that when you look at across the jungle landscape in the pool that is available.
Yeah, Jace is also a premier pick that's still available, hasn't been played yet. Hoarder is really good on that pick. So there are a lot of options for them to try and secure for that first B1. And we'll see what they're going to actually be able to prioritize. And Nefiri is still technically up, even though she did, I'm pretty sure, got nerfed again on the current patch that we're on. But it was passive, a little passive monster damage. Her power is more or less basically the same. So they could go that route if they want to.
Yeah, it basically makes Nefiri a little bit more punishable in the early game, right? Since her clear speed is nowhere near as good, but her damage overall is still the same. If you get her to 1-2 items, she's still a monster. So far, getting a chance to look at the top bans in the league so far. This is accounting across every single game that we've played in the regular season, as well as, going into playoffs. There's a reason why Gwen has been banned a lot of times, and even though we've seen the Rumble Gwen trade be kind of up, a lot of times top laners are getting their hands on Gwen, and when that happens, well, especially when it's in Zamudo's hands, you can see the absolute destruction that it was bringing to the Rift there.
Yeah, and it's pretty funny that 2 of the most banned champs in the split actually got through in our game 1 today. Teams are definitely letting Varus through a lot more often now. People are more confident on letting Gwen through because she doesn't always win, but again, Zamudo can't let it happen. So now, going into our game 2 draft, we're going to get that answer to what Conviction are looking to cook up here in the first pick.
I'm trying to smell the seasoning right now in the kitchen. I'm just trying to see.
Azir?
Getting a whiff. I wouldn't mind some fried chicken right now if the golden bird gets his way through. Maybe he's not fried, I just the fact that he's golden, he's from the desert.
No, you're onto something. You're onto something. They know too. That's why they banned it.
They're respecting it. Given that last time Conviction was the one that banned Azir, and I thought it was just, they're just respecting Spyrex's Azir only. But then Dark Zero, also paying their dividends in the respect to Darkwing's Azir as well. There's a reason why Darkwings was, able to get enough recognition from talent and pro players alike, saying that, hey, yeah, Darkwings deserves his flowers. Victor opened up here on B1 for Conviction Esports.
Yeah, and I like the first rotation bans Conviction went for. You denied the Vitalio 1-2, the Lucian Milio, a lot of really powerful combos that Dragonsteel could take in response. And Dark Zero, Conviction recognized that if they don't pick for Darkwings early, he is going to get pinched a little bit, considering they threw a lot of bans towards him in game 1.
Yeah, Dark Zero are going to get their hands on the Vi. Now, one thing that would be ideal for Dark Zero here is to make sure that Vi is not the only champion that is going in. And not just because, thematically that is what has been the downfall of Vi in the past, but also it would help alleviate the pressure and any, in the moment nerves that might happen for Shimmer. Because if he is the solo proactive engage, then, it makes things a little bit more difficult if the other experienced members are not the ones calling when to go in. But Conviction Esports, as you called out, you're very aware of the fact that it's a Maokai Jace combo, which has been quite relevant in pro play meta for the past 2 years now.
Yeah. Also, I kind of like picking it there the way they do, because you put Dragonsteel in a position where it's either pick Scion or pick something like the Rakan, because I imagine Rakan is going to be their 4 pick if Conviction let that one through, and I think it just fits too well with the Vi, so my imagining is that they just ban it away immediately. But instead, okay, they want to ban the Corki, which is fine. And interesting. Senna does kind of open up that question mark on where the Scion is really going. It is a really good lane into Jace. It's a good answer. Yeah. So I would rather it be top side, but it kind of raises that question mark with the Senna. It's the mind game.
Yeah, and Conviction Esports are really making it difficult for Dark Zero to be the initiators into this composition.
Just
you have to fight through
little bro.
Victor Gravity Zone, Maokai, whole freaking kit in general, and then not a hostile takeover, and the fact that Kalista can just backspace and continuously hop and kite his way to safety. Dark Zero, as you called it, they go with the Rakan, so it will be a farming Senna because, this Rakan...
Yeah, and plus the way things go right now too, I think unless the support player actually plays Senna, they can't actually get World Atlas, because remember the changes I believe it was on this patch, where you have to actually be queued as
Right.
support, and then you automatically get World Atlas.
Yeah.
So I think
mean,
we're just going to see Farming Center from now on.
Yeah. I think there's a world where, like, if you want to give economy to the support champion, but you don't want to swap Senna, then
You could swap
in
the
the
role.
draft phase, yeah, you have to swap the roles, right? Because you do just preload in with World Atlas and you cannot, like, make the decision there. But we are hitting the rift for game 2 of our series. Dark Zero leading 1-0. One more win will secure their spot in the upper finals and being one best of 5 away from that grand finals stage. Conviction Esports will see if they can make an upset happen here and at least bring it back to an even state 1-1, or if it will be a sweep. As looking at the map right now, no funny business seems to be happening at the moment. Beat down. Everyone is just 5-man spreading out.
Yeah, and I will say, the last time these teams met in the regular split, and it was while Yuji was around too, they did go to 3 games. So Conviction, very capable of pushing this team, even in its best form, the distance in a series. And it's Chrome and Manui on the Callista Renata. When they played that yesterday, they smoked Array and Breezy in this 2v2. And it was, especially for Array and Breezy, you know, a 2v2 who usually do very well in the lane phase.
Yeah.
To get walked the way they did by Chrome and Manui does give me a lot of faith in their ability to run this combination again here in this lane.
Yeah. Definitely a huge stepping up point for this bot lane duo on Conviction Esports. And there was already a decent amount of pressure that they were trying to put down onto Sajed and Zyko in the first game before Shimmer started getting involved. And as we said before, you know, Shimmer does not need to involve himself in these plays unless Dark Zero specifically are calling for it, right? But looking at this overall composition, I really do favor the way Conviction Esports have drafted this, because they have decent engage tools by being able to at least look with Maokai. It's not like the strongest engage, but it's a soft look light, right? But the amount of disengage and control they have, if they're always the first ones at objective points, it is so difficult for Dark Zero, if they're on an even gold parity, to try and fight their way into these points.
Yeah, Victor and Jace also offer a lot of range too. But we got to talk about how Kizno's been doing a little bit of counter jungling that I don't think Shimmer is aware of in the slightest. And it's not going to turn into a play. I don't think he's spotted. And Shimmer, he's going to get the really bad news of like, oh, all my camps are gone, guys. What is this?
Yeah, you can see the missing pings coming out. That's definitely a frustrated jungler if I've
Rage
ever seen
gank.
one. I've done that many a time as well. And you know, as Shimmer at least trying to communicate. Damn, he got everything, guys. What happened? How did we not prevent this at all? So now the best thing that Shimmer can do is try and look for the topside jungle, but Spyrex is down in HP, so the only move is go mid lane. Oh, what a cute flash from Shimmer! Finds the mark on Darkwing's Victor, and it's first blood for Dark Zero.
I'm gonna be honest, that's a big slip up there from Darkwings. Kizno making the correct call, going for his Raptors immediately, as that's the easiest jungle camp to steal, does give Shimmer only 2 options, a bot play or a mid play. And the fact that he never showed up bot should have indicated to Darkwings that he was in danger. Only saving grace, it did cost 2 flashes, something Kizno can look to punish later on. But Shimmer, he wants the back-to-back?
Maybe. They gotta go fast because Kizno is on the top side. There's no flash from Vi, so Hoarder can flash the Q from the Vi, but doesn't get a look for it. And now the flash, too late. The damage has been done, and Samuto lives on top of it. Oh my god, Dark Zero just built different, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is really sad. By the way, Zamuto lived with 20 HP, guys. No big deal. Not tilting in the slightest. And a really great opening here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Shimmer being able to make back-to-back successful plays after getting an entire quadrant stolen. Again, that is more on the laners of Conviction, especially Darkwings, for not expecting this outcome and for flashing and dying, which is the worst feeling.
Listen, Q Flash isn't a mechanic that we have not seen before, but that looked like it was not going to connect. So I kind of forgive, like, obviously Darkwing shouldn't have been in that position to be compromised at the beginning, but I do not blame Darkwings for not flashing it immediately, because man, that looked like it was too far away, but Shimmer just being able to be at the right pixel to have the distance necessary to close it with flash. Oh my god, that was sexy.
Yeah, I mean, Shimmer, he was watching NACL in 2023 because he was playing a little bit of Pixel Perfect. And now, Shimmer, he wants to go for another play on the top side. Remember, Hoarder is flashless.
And now
this
flash
is so
from
easy.
Zamudo guarantees the slow. Hoarder sidesteps the vault breaker, but Shimmer still has one more auto attack left in the tank to beat his butt down. Conviction Esports now down 3 kills, and Dark Zero leading with an overall 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, going 0-2 as Jace, it feels really bad. Hoarder's game has just been made so much more difficult because, again, of the repeated exposure to Shimmer's ganks on that top side. And Sion getting this advantage, it's just going to make him that much more of a threat in the later game because of how tanky he's going to be, being able to find a lead like this.
Yeah, just really great way for Shimmer to bounce back after what was, you know, such a successful opener from Kizno, stealing that entire quadrant and not leaving Shimmer any way to get easily accessible camps for himself. And the fact that even Darkwings pushed out the lane, we knew the way that could have been played out is, I mean, Spyrex can't get wave priority right now, so there's no way Shimmer can cross effectively over into the top side and get her camps either, but being compromised at the start, not ideal for what could have been a big advantage for Conviction Esports.
A bit of trading going on that bottom side, and overall, a small thing Kizno has going for him is that bit of an experience advantage because of that early bit of trading. We saw that early counter jungling, so it does mean he should hit level 6 first, and that will give him a pretty big opening as Hoarder.
Manu still has ultimate. Oh, I was about to say.
He's dead though, yeah.
Okay, well.
And the wave under the turret. Oh,
wow.
And he pulls it. My goat.
Dude. Even if Hoarder is able to kill Zamudo, Zamudo still puts the wave in a better spot that favors him objectively. Wow, it just incredible.
Yeah, the only downside, Zamudo ulted before he died. There would have been an angle where he could ult downside, something we see TF play do often. But instead, right now, we have a bit of a skirmish here. Kizno is going in deep, and it looks like he did steal the blue buff for level 6. Again, that experience advantage showing itself right here. Now that he has access to that Nature's Grasp, I wonder if he's going to be able to try and make a fight happen before Shimmer gets his ult up.
Yeah. We're about 12 seconds before Grub spawn. First Dragon was secured by Conviction Esports. Already Dark Zero trying to prep themselves for those grubs by shifting their bot lane towards the top side of the map. Zamudo will not have a chance to join this fight at all because no teleport, no unstoppable onslaught either. Spyrex, no realm warp, and he's trying to fight to push this wave in. Darkwings is getting a massive chunk thanks to that Chaos Storm. Flash available on both of these mid laners. Doesn't look like Darkwings will try and look for it, but Spyrex is going to be spot on a ward here. I don't know if Darkwings can really do anything with it. He can definitely stop the base.
That's actually pretty big, because wasting his time is going to limit Spyrex's ability to impact the grubs that have already spawned. I think this is going to give an opportunity. Oh, Chrome.
Oh, Chrome, not in a good spot there. No flash available on the Kalista as it was burned in a prior 2v2 on the bottom side of the map. Conviction Esports trying to burn down the majority of the grubs. They get 2 for themselves, but the third one goes to the hands of Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for them that they're able to secure 2. And because they are going to be able to get the Void Might spawn. But again, laners of Conviction and not respecting timers where they can get jumped on by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. This time it's Chrome, and because of that, a big wave lost under the turret. Even though Darkwings is showing up, he's not going to be able to collect any of it. And this Kalista, that was so big yesterday, isn't going to do much.
And Manui might be the next target here. Cease and desist through the hostile takeover means that Manui's ultimate doesn't do a damn thing in saving his life. Shimmer just skyrocketing ahead and probably one of his best stage games we've seen yet.
Yeah, Conviction just collapsing, falling apart at the steams. Kizno, you can't be here, bro, unless you're going to Q flash. And
Knock up here. I mean, Kizno is going to be able to heal up a lot, trying to rely on the power of Darkwings flashing away, but the red buff ticking down means that the flash was a waste from the side of Conviction Esports.
And Dark Zero Dragonsteel just firing on all cylinders as they just continue to win up and down Summoner's Rift. We're 10 minutes in the game, Mark, and there's already a 3,000 gold lead. Shimmer, who we were wanting to see do a little bit more, has jumped up to 4-0-2 on the Vi this game, and it feels like he's been doing everything.
Yeah, I mean, the way he was able to bounce back from the early counter jungling and not only flipped one, but 2 lanes in their favor and was able to benefit off of the accelerated gold for himself. Vi, when she gets ahead, is so brutal to play against because Cease and Desist is already a powerful tool regardless of how underfed she is. Now that she's fed and she's got damage on her side, it's so much more oppressive to deal with, as now the collapse from the solo laners onto Hoarder, no flash on the Jace, one more flash from the Scion guarantees the finishing blow, and Dark Zero extend their gold lead to 3.5 thousand.
Yeah, and every play just feels like it's working out here. Conviction only able to secure 1 successful kill so far in these 11 minutes. And really, they don't have much else going for them right now. Nobody has hit that first item breakpoint just yet. You're getting really close there, I think, as Chrome, but not quite there. They're not in a position where they can actually secure this next Drake unless they take it before Shimmer's ult comes back. But even still, you're losing so much on the other side of the map as a result. Zamudo doing his best Baus impression here, collecting so many turret plates. He's also up to more than 20 CS. Is just looking real fed on the Scion.
Yep. And we talked about before, Scion, probably one of the best tanks, if not the best top lane blind tank you can choose for yourself. Zyko could be in trouble, but dashes out of the gravity zone before he is stunned. Spyrax approaching on the bottom side, but Shimmer cannot get in for a chance to contest the Dragons. They're going to start the engage off to Zygo, trying to trum up as many people as possible. Shutdown goes over to Chrome, thankfully picking up Shimmer's death bounty. Flash from Sajed dodges the knockup from Inui off of the Fate's Call, and Sajed will at least keep Zyko alive. But Conviction Esports finally finding some relief in this mid-game.
Yeah, big emphasis on some, Mark, because while the kill and the dragon are nice, doesn't really change the fact that they're still in a pretty big deficit so far in this early game. Doesn't feel good, especially for Chrome, doesn't feel good for him to flash, not actually secure that kill. It does make him that much more vulnerable in any upcoming fights. But now, at least Conviction, they're halfway to a soul. They can play for those mountain dragons, but also conversely, every single mountain dragon Dark Zero gets is just ridiculous for Zamudo. So now, RNG, they've given Conviction a blessing, but they've also given them a warning. They said, you better get all these dragons, or you're going to be in trouble.
That's right. And the fact that Zamudo is already building an aggressive Scion build, you know, not like straight up full tank, Titanic Hydra, Sunfire Cape, these are options that, with his level lead right now, is just going to make him that more unkillable. If the mountain dragons start stacking up, the health pool is massive. This guy is one of the few tanks in the game that feels just like a carry in its own right.
Yeah, that's right. Now Zyko going to be able to get away because he is the ever so slippery Rakan. Otherwise, we're kind of going back to this chill, neutral game state. Kizno has his ult back up, so can look for something, but he is spotted out on vision, so I don't think Dark Zero are actually going to bite on this. Instead, oh my god, is Shimmer, is it the top gank? Is Hoarder in trouble? Oh, poor guy.
He has flash, or at least it's coming up off cooldown, so he does not have flash. Oh boy. Vault Breaker connects, Decimating Smash does whip, but Cease and Desist while Zamudo's taking up the turret should guarantee that they pull off the dive without anyone falling on Dark Zero's side, and that is going to be first brick awarded to Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
And so much pressure onto Hoarder. He's 1-5 on the Jace because Shimmer has just been camping him. And this pick that is supposed to be lane dominant, that is supposed to scale really nicely into the late game, is just put so far behind in CS, in the turret plates, in just every conceivable notion here for Hoarder. So this game, his impact just continues to be limited as a result. And Hoarder's Jace was a big reason why we were liking Conviction's draft in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I saw a beatdown of Zamudo Scion against the Jace was like week 1, week 2 when they played against Polestar, and it was like,
oh my God.
I mean, that was brutal in itself. And Dark Zero are kind of making a repeat visit now, with Hoarder paying the price of all these repeat visits from the jungle, as well as Scion getting further and further ahead of the matchup, where, you know, Eclipse at least gives you percentage max HP damage, but once the armor starts rolling in, I mean, you're already trying to catch up on the Muramana. You can't even think about a Last Whisper item or a Black Cleaver anytime soon.
Oh yeah, it's the furthest thing from his mind right now. But the nice thing is, once that Muramana is done, Hoarder will still at least be able to put some good damage into Spirax, into Sajed. And then you can see it, Hoarder, he's learned his lesson, Mark. He's not showing himself because he's like, my team is uncontested at an objective somewhere else. Vi is surely here.
Yep. And once again, Dark Zero are doubling down on the fact that they do not care about the early objectives Conviction Esports are going for. They are putting faith in themselves, that the fact that they're getting more income, more guaranteed gold for themselves from taking turrets and picking up all these side waves, that it is going to pay dividends for them once they get to later objective fights.
Yeah, these scaling factors are just benefiting so much from how well Dark Zero play the map. Gotta hold that thought, because now Conviction are making the play.
Arkwing says teleported in. Can someone interrupt? Yeah, Hoarder will flash to guarantee that Zamudo does not get far of the unstoppable onslaught. But Zamudo is somehow faster than everyone else because he's got boots of swiftness. He is running faster than Darkwings and Hoarder can keep up with him. Maybe an accelerated shock blast can do the trick, but then double down so hard that Spirax has realm warped in. Shimmer has slowed them down. Zamudo gets a chance to escape, and now here comes everyone else. They all want to kill Zamudo's ass, and Psycho is going to save the play, and Conviction have doubled down 2-4 as Sajed now will try to hold the line. Conviction Esports finally at least get one kill, but here comes Zamudo on the Scion as he teleports in, and Conviction Esports have lost too much HP that they can't even contest for the Dragon.
They managed to get one kill, but it cost them so much. And what was the warning? Any Mountain Drake you give Dark Zero is dangerous, because it will make Zamudo and even Psycho just that much tankier and that much harder to take down. And we already just saw how difficult it's been for them to be able to take him down. They couldn't kill him. Well, now it just got that much harder.
And the worst part is, Beatdown, I don't even know if I can fault Conviction Esports for it, because they're just that in dire straits, knowing that the clock is ticking on them. And they were basically saying, guys, if we cannot kill Zamudo or any of these guys or get a massive advantage for us, I mean, the game just feels over, which is why they invested pretty much everyone. They sent the entire squad, and Dark Zero answered kindly with their own full squad, knowing that Conviction could find a way to try and slingshot themselves back in this game. Shimmer could be in trouble though. Kizno locking him down with that twisted advance. Shimmer is not going to get a chance to get on unless he can Vault Breaker through Zamudo. Now Zamudo can at least face take it, but the laser from Darkwings is able to finish off the jungle for Dark Zero. A little bit of gold relieved back into the pockets of Conviction Esports.
I would say a lot, because not only is that happening, Hoarder has TP, so he took this at time to split and be on his own in the side lane. He got a turret for himself. The bot lane tier 1 went down, and because Shimmer's out of the picture and Zamudo's backing, this Herald's going to secure another one. This is a big sequence here for Conviction to be able to knock down 3 turrets back to back like this. And get so much gold back into their pockets because of it. This is much needed.
I'm not sure how Conviction Esports were able to get that pick on the Shimmer, whether it was a successful bush play or Shimmer just overextended and not really respecting where Conviction Esports could be. But regardless of the situation, Conviction do find a really big win, because suddenly the gold lead was 4,500 on the side of Dark Zero. Now it's been shored up, you know, 3,000 to now overall just 1,000. That is very reasonable striking distance for Conviction Esports at this point.
100%, and you're getting Conviction into this point where now they can actually more reasonably reach these big power spikes and be able to go toe-to-toe with Dark Zero, because we talked about the scaling. Ryze, Senna, like you're waiting for 3 items, a certain amount of souls for the Senna, the completion of the Rod of Ages stacking, and things like that. But Conviction, I mean, once they get second items, Mark, they're ready to go. They're ready to scrap it up, and that's the advantage that they need to capitalize on by the time this next dragon spawns.
And I really like the builds that are coming in from Conviction Esports jungle mid duo. So Darkwings opted in for the double burn in Deathfire and Leandries. Kizno is building a Bloodletter's Curse. This item got buffed. Leandries got slightly nerfed.
For that, actually.
And so now you have an MR shred guaranteed off of Kizno's saplings as he can set up with his E, trying to lock people down with the ultimate as well. This Maokai basically is set up as a frontline, but also a magic resist shredder so that Darkwing's Victor can annihilate Dark Zero in these fights.
Yeah, and it really makes a lot of sense to enable Darkwings on this big damage threat in Victor, and just considering the kind of player he is, because I was looking at stats last night, Mark, and what I saw was Darkwings has the most damage share on his team. Not just as far as mid laners go, but anyone in the league. He's at almost 30% of his team's damage, which is just abnormal, especially for a mid laner. Even our best mids are hovering more at that 26, 27% mark. But Darkwings, so important for Conviction and their success this split really shows in stats like that.
Goes to show that Conviction Esports really depend on Darkwings being that big damage dealer. Potential look onto Zyko. He grant entrances over the wall to get himself away from danger. Sajed able to distance himself as well. No chance for Conviction Esports to lock him down, but this is how they want to play these objective setups, right? Bully them away from the river entrances, allow this Maokai to sapling up all of the bushes as well as the choke points as Zamudo does not find the unstoppable onslaught here. Hoarder is actually starting to potentially win this 1v1. It's super close, but at least, Sajed with the Dawning Shadow is going to make the difference there. And what a nasty amount of burst from Dark Zero's top laner. Meanwhile, Conviction, they're on the Otacon. They're trying to burst it down. They get it. There's no chance for Dark Zero to claim it, but now they can look for trying to stop them on the exit path. Zamudo has teleport. He can join and make it a 5-on-4 guaranteed if they can find a ward to cut off their retreat path. Manui is caught. Psycho looks for the charm, but the Fate's Call pulls Manui back to safety. Hostile takeover flash by Sajed. Crow trying to dance on them, trying to skirt on them, trying to Astral Glide on them. Look at this Callista dance, hop and skip to victory. But now Dark Zero's top laner is trying to fight, but it's just a Scion that's tank with no damage dealers backing him up. Conviction Esports are able to hold their ground and survive the onslaught of Dark Zero.
And it's a big comeback coming through from Conviction, and Crow was dancing on them with the Callista. This fact is, that was a 4 versus 5. Zamudo, he did come a little bit late, but Conviction not only secure that Otacon, but win a big team fight in the process. They set themselves up pretty perfectly to go for this next dragon. They'll be a little late, but Hoarder dying actually would be pretty brutal.
Blast from Spirax should guarantee the empowered room prison on Hoarder. No way to escape that one. Dark Zero just fishing for anything to keep themselves afloat and ahead in this game.
Yeah, that kill does feel bad, but you still commit a lot of HP for Spirax to be able to do so. He's not going to be able to TP in time. So at the end of it, while Hoarder is a sacrifice, Conviction, they secure that Mountain Soul point. Really crucial win condition for them here. And they are still within striking distance of Dark Zero Dragonsteel's gold lead.
These items have been so massive for the side of Conviction Esports getting these spikes. You called it beatdown. Once Conviction hit 2 items, this was their best time to be able to play into Dark Zero's composition at this stage of the game. If the game goes later on, then you have to deal with things like Senna soul stacking, which I would love from our reserves if we could get a chance to hover Sajed and just see how many souls that we get, or just a confirmation, and then I'll try to relay it to the chat. But Conviction Esports right now have done a great job of getting themselves out of that gold pit that was getting confirmation. 67 souls so far for Sajed Senna, as Conviction Esports have done a great job at now putting themselves in an even state against Dark Zero.
Yeah, and honestly, considering the fact that Sajid is farming, 67 is pretty good. So, of course, also approaching that third item as well. The Senna is going to become really strong. Whoa,
they're
Zamudo,
really trying to force the fight under the tower, but Kizno with the perfect counter engage locks Zamudo under the tower, and even the flash is not going to save the Scion this time around. Trying to beat down the tree, but not going to get a chance to make it happen, as Kizno is able to masterfully dash and dodge around Zamudo's Scion.
Yeah, Mark, that was a head scratcher. Not really sure what the potential accomplishment was there, but Zamudo gets punished for it big time, flashes and dies. And now Hoarder,
No flash on the Jace. The only way out is forward, maybe buying some time for Darkwing's Victor to arrive to the party, but this is a 1v3 teleport that Darkwing's just opted into, and that might have not been the correct decision here. Bailout, not going to resuscitate Darkwings from the grave. Manui and Kisno now trying to be the ones chasing him down to set up for Chrome. 4-1 on the Callista. He should be able to clearing them up. A teleport from Spyrax already means that Dark Zero have opted into losing in this fight and just making sure they minimize how many members go down. Chrome is going to pick up not 1, but 2 kills for him. Ah, dang it, Kisno, you stole the kill away from the Callista.
You ruined his call, Kisno. What the hell, man? But I will say, credit to Spyrax and Dark Zero overall. See, the problem, the reason I didn't like this play from Conviction is that you just let Hoarder die and try to trade elsewhere. Instead, they lose their mid-tier 1, a big wave goes bot lane, so Conviction have no choice but to try and turn this into a Baron. Shimmer is not here, DZ have no smite, so they have to secure this one to make sure they can keep themselves ahead.
And Dark Zero will just try to force the fight, even if the Baron is secured for Conviction. Can they find something on the back end? But the hostile takeover is going to lock down Sajet and Zamuno, and now they are compromised. Spyrax pumps as much damage as he can. Oh, but Zamuno got in and was able to find an unstoppable also on the 2 members. Chrome is popped by Zamuno's Scion, and at least Dark Zero able to remove the Baron buff from 2 of the members of Conviction Esports.
Yeah, I gotta give credit to Zamuno. He played that fight really nicely and was able to remove 2 Baron buffs. Just like that, Conviction will still be able to have probably the maximum impact with how they're likely going to be grouping, but still, to be able to minimize the amount of time with that Baron bush because your bottom lane is out of the picture. It was a really nice find there from Dark Zero, who are still kind of coming out ahead in terms of gold.
Spyrax trying to determine whether he wants to push out this wave or not. Hoarder also asking himself the same questions, like, do I show on this wave or not? But the fact that the Shock Blast already kind of reveals that someone was waiting in the wings there. Hoarder now finally feels safe enough to step up on the wave, knowing that no one from the side of Dark Zero is waiting with the tent pitched around the corner there. They're going to be focusing on the next objective.
I'm wondering if Hoarder, he does. Okay, Hoarder actually making it to that Sorrel does is a really big deal, especially for, I mean, he's 2-8-1 right now. He is the focus of so much attention from Shimmer and Dark Zero Dragonsteel as a whole. So for him to be able to kind of keep up in terms of itemization and reach this breakpoint at such a critical moment, that is definitely commendable, especially because this is Conviction's Dragon Soul if they're able to secure that 1 mark. And that's why you're seeing this push mid and bot lane. They are ignoring top lane entirely, but the vision game on the bottom side is still very much in favor of Dark Zero. And that's why you can see on the minimap, Shimmer is using that to find an alternate angle, see if he can disrupt the backline of Conviction.
Yeah, I don't think he was spotted at all. There's no defensive vision on Conviction Esports side, so if he snuck his way through, now Conviction are trying to clear out some of these control wards. Good ward behind the Dragon Pit, and Shimmer is trying to play appropriate to or respect to that vision control, just waiting for a flank angle.
Yeah, but now because of that ward that Manui placed down, there isn't really a way Shimmer can do this without being spotted, so that does give them a little bit more safety or at least knowledge. That's why Shimmer, he's just hanging out in the pit. Okay, they are going to spot him now.
Okay, yeah. He was now guaranteed spotted. He's waiting over the wall. I don't think Dark Zero know that Shimmer is spotted here. Well, now the sapling will definitely reveal it, so Shimmer has to rejoin from the front line. 2,000 HP.
That's Soul.
Mountain Soul is secured for Conviction Esports. Look at everyone's locked in, and Shimmer cannot get into the fight. So Dark Zero are just crumbling. Shimmer finally arrives. Zamuno's able to find Hoarder, but Chrome is still alive and will trying to kite his way to victory. Cease and desist. Right on top of the
they got it.
He's bursted out. Dark Wings is too low to join. He fires a Dark Laser, looking for Sajet and Shimmer. They fight their way through Manui, but Kisno is a massive tree, locking down Shimmer. Sajet finds Manui, and now he's trying to zone off Dark Wings from the fight and being able to finish off Shimmer. Kisno dropping low, flash twist in advance. Dark Wings trying to set up the gravity zone, but they're out of it already. Big shutdown for Sajet Senna, and Dark Wings cannot find any more unless Shimmer is gonna blast code, flashing out of the gravity zone, charging up the Bolt Breaker, looking for the Q, doesn't find it. He's trying to keep Darkwings here on the map, beckoning Sajed to walk on over and look for another kill, but it's not going to find any much. And Dark Zero, at the end of the day, they win the fight, but beatdown, Conviction Esports just got the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, they win it barely, Mark. It is a 3 for 4 in favor of a Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but the big kicker here is that, yes, they secure the Dragon Soul. It's really important that you see Shimmer's Vault Breaker basically time out, so it gives that perfect moment to be able to take that dragon. And after this rest of the fight, you got to give props to Zyko and Zamudo, just being able to keep this team grouped up in Dragonsteel, or not Dragonsteel, in Conviction, excuse me. You keep them together, you get so much damage on top of them, and Chrome actually wasn't able to do anything in this fight.
I'm not sure at this point with Mountain Soul on their side if Conviction Esports are now more favored than Dark Zero to win, or if it just comes down to team fight execution, right? Because Chrome, theoretically, if the front line is there for him, he should be untouchable. But there's still guaranteed lockdown from Dark Zero that can always persist through. And I think it just comes down to, you know, whether flash timers are up for certain individuals, whether Dark Zero have, you know, good flank angles. So this is as dead even a game as we're going to get here.
Yeah, very true. It really is just going to come down to how these teams play the fights out. You kind of already touched on it. Chrome is so important to Conviction's backline. They need to make space for him so that he can get those spears in, so he can get the big Rens, and so that him and Manui can use that Kalista Renata combo. And on the other side, Zamudo, Shimmer, Zyko, they've been doing such a good job at trying to affect the backline in these team fights. That's their goal in these fights going forward, and that's really going to determine who's going to come out on top here. It's worth noting Chrome is going for the 4th item, Jack Show, it looks like.
Yeah.
So at this point, he is just opting into survivability. He knows that if Dark Zero's Wombo goes off and he is still alive to combo, he wins.
Cannot kill this guy, and that's why Sajed is now forced to work on a Last Whisper item, just to make sure that when the crits hit, they hit big, and they are able to punch through all the defenses and the resistances that Conviction Esports have on their side, not just because of the Mountain Soul, but just the 2 Mountain Dragons that enhance all these resistances already. Baron being started up by Conviction Esports here. Dark Zero, while up in gold, still on the back half of this fight, trying to fight their way in. All the saplings already doing a number to Shimmer's HP. Zamudo trying to buy space.
I think they got it.
Already used. Kizno secures the Baron, and now Zyko with the flank on the left side, looking for the Wombo. Massive knock up onto 3. The front line starting to fall, but Spyrax could be in trouble here as he's forced to flash away. Sajed trying to pump damage into Kizno's back with the help of Spyrax, and Zamudo finally falls in the back line. Shimmer somehow still alive, and it's down to Darkwings and Manui only on the side of Conviction Esports.
Yeah, it was the Guardian Angel that keeps Shimmer alive in this one. A really nice fight, and you got to give credit to Zyko for being able to get that big grand entrance. Again, just allowing Chrome to get damage on top of him there from Dark Zero. They've been so good at diving him this game. Now, Baron buff only available on 2, so Conviction likely only able to affect 2 lanes. But that's not what matters right now, Mark. What really matters is in a minute and 30 seconds. Elder Dragon is coming up. This is what's going to decide the game. No matter how things have gone this last half an hour, it's going to come down to this objective. And Conviction, you got to give them a good amount of favoritism because they are playing with Kalista. They are playing with Maokai. Both do a lot of instantaneous damage, which is great for securing objectives.
Which is why Dark Zero are proactively trying to get the jump on the Vision game right now. They pushed the wave, got the first touch on it, and now are able to at least push in some aggressive vision control into these choke points. But now that Conviction have all redeployed back on the map, they'll get a chance to take control of the Vision in this river and make it that much harder for Dark Zero to challenge on their next opportunity to take.
All right, now Conviction taking their opportunity to set up Vision and keep things clear. Zamudo with TP. Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and leave that wave. Not much else he's going to be able to do pushing any further on the top side. It's all about this bottom side of the map. Conviction, I really like the use of blue wards to make sure there is no flank angle that can come through and surprise them. So they're going to have an easy time pushing this mid wave in with Baron. And they're just going to walk their way down to the pit here, see if they can catch anyone out. But I think it's tier 2 and back to the pit.
Psycho, oh my gosh, the last
They're
time I
gonna see
saw a
him.
flank this deep was from Busio back on his 100 Thieves Academy days. Has he found a way without being spotted here? I have no idea.
Yeah, I
don't think they
don't know.
But he's gonna get spotted by the saplings, he's gonna get slowed by the
He's
quickness, he's still
slowed.
gonna force it, finds the charm onto Chrome, sees an assist run into the back line. Can they stall for enough time? Zambuno's threatening, he's flashing after, the bailout comes in, can they burn the sign down fast enough? No! Zambuno still survives, and Chrome falls! Spyrex's exchange, it's all up to Darkwings, but he falls to the fists
Wow,
of
they
fury
did
from
it!
Shimmer's hands! Kizno and Minui are on the run, but Dark Zero have the numbers advantage, and they can burn the Elder Dragon for themselves.
Dark Zero are just too good at team fighting. Chrome, Darkwings, they are just never safe to do damage, and it's why they always fall in the end. So when it really comes down to it, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they're gonna secure the Elder Dragon, strongest buff in the game. But I will say, even though we are in a pretty late state of the game, Conviction, they haven't dropped any of their tier 2 turrets. Waves are not in the best positions, especially with Kizno pushing out mid-wave. So Conviction they do have a chance to ride out this Elder Dragon buff, but it's going to be hard. They cannot engage. They can only wave clear.
And for Dark Zero, the one equalizer that they have that keeps them in the game, even with all these advantages that Conviction Esports have been able to make, not just the Elder Dragon and securing it for themselves, but the fact that the Elder buff remains on Sajed Senna, who has been gaining range, gaining damage with all this gold, all the souls stacking up. We're getting to a point where Sajed's auto attacks are clearing a screen away.
Yeah,
Or
true.
at least it feels like it from the perspective of Conviction Esports, right? And when you're not able to close the distance against the Senna, we talked about Conviction Esports have great disengage and great control on receiving engages. They're limited when it comes down to reliable engage if the Maokai route does not hit for any of Conviction Esports to follow up on.
Yeah, now that's a difficult thing they're going to have to deal with. They've lost so much already. Elder buff is only up for a minute, and they're able to use their range to just clear minions, minimize the damage that this push is going to have, as now they set their sights on a tier 2, looks like, on the top side. And for the moment, Conviction will still be in this game, and it's just going to be about whether or not they can actually team fight going forward, because it feels like the last couple of team fights have gone Dark Zero Dragonsteel's way. You're even seeing Chrome. He sold the Jack Show, or maybe it was just the components. He's sitting on a Vamp Scepter instead. Probably going to look to build that BT. Would rather lifesteal and AD over the resistances.
Oh, they're still up for another 30 seconds, and Conviction Esports are gracefully giving up as many structures as they can. Cease and desist right on top of Darkwings in the backline. Shimmer still has a GA so that he'll get a second life, but he's way too deep to be
They got him. Wow.
rescued. So Dark Zero now down to 4 members in Conviction Esports. If they want to send it, this could be a moment to do it. Elder is about to run out in 10 seconds, so they will not have that buff on their side. But Conviction Esports are not able to find a re-engage on the Dark Zero members. Shock Blast is going to reveal multiple of them in that bush play, stopping Dark Zero from getting the base for now.
Yeah, I mean, that dive from Shimmer was ambitious, to say the least. So while mid inhib is down and super minions are on the way, Shimmer is down for 25 more seconds. Dark Zero not allowed to back as they are just continuously walking Dark Zero as far away as they can, delay these back so that they can go and try and set up for the Drake. The unstoppable onslaught coming through means they can just run straight to the Baron. They're basically guaranteed to get this. They're going to take this so fast.
10 seconds on Shimmer, not going to be enough time, you would imagine, on Conviction Esports side, and I think Dark Zero are well aware of it as well. They already sent Spyrex to the bottom side of the map to just at least put pressure on the side lanes and make sure that Conviction Esports have a lot more things to tick off in their to-do checklist before they even get a chance to use the Baron buff on their advantage.
Wow. And it is pretty tough, Mark. I think it's just going to come down to this next Elder Dragon here. We got a banger of a game 2. Remember, guys, Dark Zero are already 1 game up. They win this. They are in the winners final, 1 best-of-5 away from Grands. And of course, Conviction fighting to stay alive in the series, take us to this game 3 so they can take that spot and continue this hot streak they've been on these last couple of weeks.
Once we get to about a minute's time on the Elder Dragon, I'm going to ask our production team to relay soul. Oh, they're already on top of it. 144 souls.
That's
Did
crazy.
I just hear that correctly?
I think he said 134, but still, That's
134.
approaching. I think Sajed is approaching attacking turrets outside of their range territory. I think it's like 140.
Oh my goodness.
Something silly like that. So that's a lot. It's a lot of range to be working with.
One saving grace for this roster, or this composition. The fact that Sion is endlessly stacking HP, the fact that Senna is endlessly stacking range. Oh, Psycho. Oh, you cheeky rat. I love it.
I mean, these angles have been so huge for Conviction. The fact is, this comp should work really well for Conviction in the late game, but Dark Zero, specifically Shimmer and Zyko, have done so well, setting up angles, setting up flanks, playing around the vision Conviction have set up, and always finding these pockets to play in so that they can put pressure on the backline. It's worked so successfully due to the skill and the thought that the players of Dark Zero are putting into it. So it really deserves credit to them for how they've been playing out these late game fights. And really just to give you an idea of what they're up against, especially now. I mean, they're 2K up, but at this stage of the game, doesn't mean as much as it did earlier on. I mean, key members are already at full build. 80 carries are at full build. Mid laners are approaching full build. Everybody's just about closing out on their max amount of items.
Yeah, no, ever since the mid-game sequence we saw where Conviction got, third dragon of the game into Baron, into or Otacon for themselves, and top tier 1 turret, it has felt pretty much a dead even game against Dark Zero, even with the small gold advantages that they have been able to maintain against their opponents. Because, like you said, Beatdown, at this stage of the game, it's whoever gets Elder. It's whoever's the last man standing in these fights.
Yep. Yeah, that's right, and that's why you're seeing the setup come through right now. Spyrax, he's going for the split push to see if he can pull someone away. Oh, yeah. He brought the wave with him, too, so he might be able to get that turret down, but Hoarder has already joined. He also has teleport, so this could be an angle where Dark Zero could try to force the 4v4. Hoarder is a lot of damage for Conviction.
Big decimating smash. Manui could be in trouble here. At least force the Fate's Call out at some point, but still going to hold strong on the trigger there. Spyrax teleported in, force the flash, Twisted Advance is going to follow up. Psycho trying to knock up the backline, but Hoarder just gets blown up. He went way too deep. Zamudo flashing forward to guarantee the killing blow onto Dark Wings, and now it's up to Chrome. No more tools available for Dark Zero to lock him down, but Chrome, can he do the unthinkable? Can he do the impossible and lift Conviction Esports on top of his shoulders? They're turning to the Dragon now. Dark Zero forcing Chrome and Kizno to step into him, but you just saw one auto attack from Sajed Senna just took nearly a third HP off the back of Chrome.
Still, this is Maokai Kalista. The ability to take objectives is so strong, so Dark Zero have to be careful with this. But the Elder, it's already halfway down. Sajed is working with a lot of range. This is very tense. Conviction, they have to choose, go in or walk away.
Kizno, does he have flash? I don't think he can get into the pit. And Conviction Esports, they're just making the call. They're forfeiting it for now. Do not flip here when the rest of the team is dead. Do not give Dark Zero a sequence where they can close out the game with the Elder buff on their side. They're just going to take their chances and try to fight them with all 5 members.
Yeah, this is getting tough. That was a brutal fight for Conviction. And they still almost had enough members living to be able to turn this fight into something. But Dark Zero, they have another Elder to play with. Everyone is alive, so they're all going to have it. But now, compared to that last Elder, Conviction have a lot less on the map to play for. So now Dark Zero, they have a real opportunity to end the game here in these 2 minutes mark.
The Baron buff is coming up in 1:20. I think the Elder will last long enough that Dark Zero will have that 25-30 second window. Oh, hang on. Are they trying to collapse? Looks like Shimmer is able to get out alive. Scuttlecraft was gained. But there's that window where Dark Zero can rip the Baron and they can challenge Conviction to fight into them while they still have Elder on their side. So this is a really, really tough spot to be in for Conviction Esports now.
Yeah, that's right. Only saving grace is Dark Zero. They'll have other turrets to take down. So they are going to be spending the time allotted to them with that Elder buff to be able to do so. And because they don't have the Baron, you have a Victor on your team who is almost full build, Mark. That is a lot of wave clear available to you, so they're able to hold on just a little bit longer. And I agree. I think at this point, Dark Zero should just use this buff to try and set up for the Elder, give them an opportunity to get the close.
We're already seeing them making their way towards the Baron buff on the top side of the map. Kizno trying to see if he can catch them with these saplings. One of them will at least pop onto Sajed. decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, the fact that Kizno has now opted in for full tank means that these saplings do not nearly punch through with only a Bloodletter's Curse. It will just shred the MR. Dark Zero now starting up the Baron with Elder still 24 seconds left on this buff. Conviction Esports will not even dare to challenge. They know that this Baron belongs to Dark Zero, and at least will be content with the fact that the Elder buff will no longer be on their side.
Yeah, that's right. So really, even though it sucks to lose the Baron, timing out the Elder is still huge for you as Conviction. So now all they need to do is push out mid and try to respond to this push on the top side. Dark Zero, they're pushing as 4. They might look for a dive, so it's going to take almost all members of Conviction to try and slow down this push. Again, Darkwings got a lot of wave clear. They need to leverage that if they want to stay into this one. But if they are just a centimeter out of line mark, Dark Zero can pull the trigger and end this game.
And on the flip side, the last time Dark Zero were in this position, Shimmer was the one that went way too far, not relying on the power of their push to just take the turret for themselves. A little too hasty. But this time, Shimmer maintains his cool, lets the Baron-empowered minions do the work. Spyrax gets pulled in by a handshake, but not close enough that he is threatened. Sidestepping a laser, Zamudo pressuring the mid lane. Spyrax taking about a third of his HP, nearly 50% of it is HP. Locket already popped for the extra shield. Chrome trying to slow him down. Kizno will get the lock. That's the Seekers. That's the golden stasis from Spyrax's rise.
He's alive.
Somehow Spyrax is going to live. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Shimmer is going to go down, but he's got the GA. Another GA is popped with the resurrections coming in now strong for the rest of Dark Zero members. Zamudo flanking on the left side. Manu trying to do everything he can, but he's the first one to fall on the side of Conviction Esports. Somehow Dark Zero are still alive, and Conviction Esports are scrambling to protect the remnants of this base.
Order? He has a flash.
Flashing away, but the
they got him
Empowered
anyway.
Prism locks him down. That is the overload from Spyrax, and very true to the word, Dark Zero are starting to overload the forces of Conviction Esports as they find the first Nexus Tower of the game. Dark Zero are now going to have Zamudo teleport back in to rejoin the fray. A full HP sign. He bought a Trinity Force. He's ready to end this damn game already. Walk up, down smash. That Nexus is exposed. Dark Zero sweep the series 2-0.
And they're going to send Conviction to the lower bracket, and they're going to have to win a few more series if they want a chance at grand finals. Mark, Conviction, they made it close in the end. It looked like the draft was good for them, but unfortunately, Dark Zero, again, Shimmer and Zyko, the way they played out these team fights in that late game, all 25 minutes of that late game, was beautiful, and the big reason why they got this win.
Yeah, I mean, even Zamudo, the fact that this Scion was so beefy, and yet you saw his build. It wasn't just pure tank itemization. There's a Titanic Hydra, an Overlord's Bloodmail, a Sterix Gauge. This guy had just as much AD built into his kit, as well as how much HP and resistances he was getting. So he was not only a beefy boy, he was a very, very threatening beefy boy. So that it just goes to show that when it comes to the late game scaling, unfortunately Conviction Esports were not able to close out within the window that they had.
Yeah, and despite that, I think we saw a lot of great plays from both teams today. And of course, if you want to learn to improve your own League of Legends gameplay, like these players here today, of course, we are sponsored by ProDiff.gg, where several players from this series today are coaches on the platform and are able to give that guidance, one-on-one coaching to help you elevate your gameplay to the next level. Of course, all the coaches are recent or active NACL or LTA pro players, so they have the experience needed to speed up your ranked climb. Check out prodiff.gg today.
Boom. And now we're going to get ready for our interview with one of the victorious players from the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel as they get ready for their upper finals, which will be, I think, 2 weeks from now. But we're going to take a short break first to make sure that we can get everything ready on our side, so make sure y'all stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are concluding our first best of 3 series of the day between Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Conviction Esports. And the results were, if you're just tuning in, it was a 2-0 for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So nothing out of the ordinary in terms of what we expected. Want to give Conviction Esports their props. That second game, they were definitely a lot more competitive.
Competitive is the word.
They were definitely
actually,
a lot more competitive with Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and they had a very, very well-built composition for objective control, and both me and Beatdown really agreed with it. I think when it just came down to some of the clutch execution and some of those mid-late game team fights, it was still Dark Zero that prevailed.
Yeah, that's right. A good series overall, and probably the longest 2-0 in recent memory for me, at least. But at the end of the day, it is still a 2-0 nonetheless, and Dark Zero can be really happy about that one, as now they've earned themselves a spot in the top 3, and being in the winners finals, they're one best of 5 away from Brands. So it's something to be really excited about. And of course, the winner of our second series today is going to be the one who plays them. So very exciting stuff.
That's right, and we will get a chance to find out who that will be at the conclusion of our second best of 3 once we roll through. But we are still setting up for our interview with one of the players. I'm happy to confirm that we are getting Sajid from Dark Zero Dragonsteel, who was very, very potent on this Senna. And the longer the game went on, the more Thanos-like he became on the Rift with that ever-growing range thanks to the soul stacking mechanic.
And that's just Senna. The longer the game goes, the more of a good time you're allowed to have. And I think Sajid had the best time I've probably ever seen in a long time with a 50-minute Senna game. So we can ask him about it when he pops up. But it was a good look. It was a good look.
Yeah, especially in how this competitive meta has evolved throughout the spring split. Even though 80 carries, there's definitely, some strong picks that you can blind for yourself. You're not necessarily seen as, like the hyper carries of old, unless we get through long series of fearless drafts where then, things like the Ferris, the Jhin are already taken off the board, the Kalista are taken off the board. Kalista's kind of like the closest, and now Lucian feels like the next best, like, blindable or early pickable in the series 80 carry that feels like you have a lot of agency. It feels like you have fun, but you're not getting the chance to pick things like Vayne, or you're not getting the chance to pick things like Jinx and Zeri, where you have so much mobility and you really feel like you are the star on the team.
That's really mean of you to mention Vayne, where Sajid can still hear us. Just reminding him that the meta is not allowing him to play this champion right now. It's pretty messed up, Mark. I'm gonna be straight with you. That's crazy.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to be mean on purpose. I'm just trying to, be real, But
yeah,
maybe,
fair enough. Facts don't care about your feelings, right?
To chime in with his own thoughts about the matter of how we have to live in a world where Vayne doesn't get a chance to see play, at least for the first 2 or 3 games of a best of 3.
Yeah, very true. There's a lot to talk about with him, and overall, just to get an idea on what it's like on the inside of Dragonsteel, Dark Zero, just because, again, first team to lock top 3 to go to the winners finals. They're going to play the winner of a Winthrop and LG going later on today, and it's looking like I don't have to stall anymore. Mark, Sajid is here.
Yo, bring on Sajid, baby. Let me see it. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah. What's up, my guy?
And he has real lighting.
First of all, congratulations on the 2-0. Quick thoughts right away. Was there any point in that game too where y'all as a team were realistically concerned, or were you all just content with, well, guys, as long as we stall, we have nothing to worry about?
I'd say, personally, for me, I was a bit concerned when it was kind of that top play, like Zamudo got a solo kill, then TP'd in, and then we just lost 5v4. I was like, okay, this game is looking a little bit harder. I probably have to rethink the way I'm going into these fights, because I kind of just thought we had 5v4, their Kalista's melee ranging us, we should just win, but we lost that fight, so.
Yeah, it happens. I wanted to ask you, I wanted to look a little forward now. You guys locked yourselves into top 3. You're going to the winners finals. I don't want to assume who your opponent is going to be, but we have some guesses on who's going to win the next match. I wanted to get your thoughts on who your potential opponent might be and how you think you match up.
Yeah, I think the matchup is going to be a bit closer than people think. I still think Luminosity should take it. We've been scrimming them recently. They've been pretty strong. But honestly, that match I think is gonna be the day before our CLOL finals, and
Oh.
honestly, like, there's a losers bracket. I'm not saying like we're gonna just int that match on purpose, but my focus is gonna be more on the CLOL finals. It's gonna be literally the day after that. So we probably won't have our best showing for that match. I'll just say that now. But
Fair.
I think both teams are actually pretty solid. I think Luminosity is a bit harder to beat. I'll say that.
I mean, you actually kind of answered my next question, because I was looking ahead at your objective schedule. The fact that your upper finals is the same weekend as we're all going to be in Raleigh, North Carolina. So, like, you know, if you are, I want to like make you disclose anything that you're not supposed to disclose. But if your mindset is, you know, prioritize CLO finals over, and then take the grace that you have the upper bracket to play with, is there ways that you're like spacing out your schedule to make sure that you feel like you're still getting ample practice time as well as rest in between both of those big series for you?
I'm not sure what we're gonna do. I think our team, like, I think we're good enough to play like a best of 5 and then play another best of 5 the day after. I don't think we're gonna need like a break in between. I think the schedule's gonna be hard. For the best of 5 for NACL, we might just be playing like a bit worse, because I think that's how it is. You know, you're looking forward for the big finals, and then yeah, of course we know we have like the losers bracket to fall into, so we're not gonna be too worried.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about kind of the juggling that you and teams like Winthrop and even Supernova have to do playing at NACL and CLOL. It must be pretty difficult. So what does it take for you guys to be able to do so much competing? I know you guys have that bit of an advantage with the 10-man roster, but still, I'm wondering like what kind of work you guys do.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you just have to like the game enough to be playing it that much, because I mean, we had 3 leagues to play.
Respect.
I guess NACE is like a bit less because it ended way earlier than the other leagues. But yeah, and there's a bigger focus on kind of making sure you're mentally and physically healthy, because I think the biggest way to not be able to play, I guess, in 3 leagues would just be like eating bad food and then being in a bad place mentally. So I mean, at Maryville, like, we have a big focus on making sure that's a top priority, at least.
Getting your sleep in too, right? You guys are sleeping a good amount? Good. Otherwise,
Be
I
bad.
have to message Niles to make sure. Bedtimes and curfews anyway. Again, Sajed, it's been a pleasure to catch up with you. Before you go, want to give you the opportunity to shout out anyone else before you get to enjoy the rest of your day, bro.
Yeah, shout out Maryville, shout out my teammates, you know, shout out you guys, shout out my brothers, they're always watching, shout out my mom, shout out Rena, and shout out ProDiv.gg.
Respect.
Yeah. Dude, thank you for the sponsor shout out. I know I know that our broadcast appreciates it as well. Again, congrats on the 2-0. Enjoy your time until next week, and also safe travels to Raleigh, brother. We'll see you there.
Thank you, you guys too.
I do not envy any of those team schedules. Man, don't get me wrong, Beatdown. I love playing League. I love playing League with you guys. I love doing flex D-Gen hours with the boys. I can only handle so much, you know? And that's why I'm casting the game. That's why I'm not playing the game and you know, trying to, you know, do more with it. I feel like, especially at our age too, it seems like there's like a limit on how much League within a day and within a week that we can handle before we're like, okay, I need a break, you know?
Dude, I feel that. I've been playing League for 5 years now, and it's crazy because when I first played my first season of this game, I played 1,000 games. Like, I played so much, and now don't even ask me how much I played last season or this season, man.
It is what it is. We keep up with League just watching all the best regions around the world and doing our homework. But you know who's also doing their homework as well as doing all of the gaming on the Rift? It is our MVP and none other than Sajed, who is able to rack up our series overall MVP, that KDA of 36 on the Senna, and as well as the first game, Jin is able to remember it in time. Yeah, I mean, game 1 was not necessarily the story about the Jin in that particular game. However, this Senna was the difference maker the later the game went on.
For sure. I think he played well both series. It's great to see Sajed just continuing that growth after his debut in NACL last summer. and it's great to see that he continues looking good. And of course, he gave that shout out to ProDiff.gg because he is one of the coaches there. And as our MVP, I mean, you want to learn how to play like today's MVP Sajed? Check out ProDiff.gg. We can schedule a one-on-one session with him today. You can learn to play Senna like him, Jin like him, Vayne, because that's more viable in solo queue, like him.
Maybe Sajed will also give you tips on how to efficiently stack souls on the Senna, because I think, I don't know what the soul count was by the end of the game, but the last count that we heard was 134, and that was still
like 15 minutes before the game ended.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this guy you already talked about was hitting turrets outside of the actual turret range, you know, and we probably got to the point where, you know, it just Conviction Esports were not able to close the distance against this guy, but that does guarantee Dark Zero Dragonsteel are in the upper finals bracket. Once we start moving into our series after today's show, they will all be best of fives moving forward.
Yes.
So the stakes are raised, and champion pools are going to be tested even further, as well as composition strategies, because there's now potential for 4th and 5th games on the line. And when we look around the world, how Fearless has affected teams in those situations, not only do, you know, certain guarantees become even more contested, but also you look at like niche strategies become more relevant, because now they have room to breathe. You no longer have to worry about the OP picks pretty much taking prevalence over them. But Beatdown, I want to give you a chance to respond, but we do got to continue moving on with the second best of 3. It is Luminosity Gaming taking on Winthrop University. Another battle of a squad where a collegiate squad is on one side of the bracket and the other is, you know, the tier 2 squad trying to see if they can make their way up to the front. The only difference here is that the tier 2 squad with no collegiate affiliation is favored in this series just on paper in regular season standings. But we got to give flowers over to Winthrop University, because they're the ones that were victorious over near Airport to get here in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. And Sajed literally said in the interview we just had that this match is going to be closer than people might think. And of course, it is giving that respect over to Winthrop, who beat Near Airport not once, guys, but twice. And they're facing Luminosity Gaming here, the LTA North Rejects team, who feel like alongside Dark Zero Dragonsteel have just separated themselves from the pack, and after those recent losses have really made our big 3 look more like a big 2.
Ever since Cubby coined that term for Luminosity Gaming, I know it is definitely a bold way to brand this team, but we try to say it with endearment, because these are all players, if there was more room in the LTA, would definitely have what it takes to be competing there. They were literally all players from top to bottom were on an LTA squad in the prior split, mostly on Shopify Rebellion, with one player coming from Immortals Gaming, whereas now, you know, they are trying to do their best to show that they still have what it takes and should be considered the next time rosters are thinking about trying to swap a team over, or if Luminosity Gaming can just make the full run towards Summer Split and compete against Disguise for that promotion spot in LTA in 2026.
And we have some clips from the last time these two faced off in that regular split. And I gotta say, I think Winthrop as a team, even though this wasn't their best showing, really started to turn things up after week 3, week 4 mark, because this is a team where at the beginning of the split, I really had a lot of criticism for them, where I felt like they really weren't trying to do anything. They weren't really actually trying to play the game. It felt like they were waiting for it to end. But a couple weeks into the split, and they really managed to turn themselves around. Mobility himself talks about after a pretty unlucky string of match difficulties, both here and in CLOL, they got together as a team. They discussed where they wanted to be, and it's been up ever since.
And one of the things that Winthrop University, even though it was not, you know, ideal for them to be knocked out of CLOL by Ole Miss, go to CLOL finals, that is one less thing Winthrop University have to worry about compared to Dark Zero Dragonsteel on the other side of the bracket. Winthrop University now have a chance to focus on the only tournament, to at least my knowledge, that they have focused on. I don't think there's any other like NACE or NECC collegiate tournaments going on. So now the fact that Winthrop University were able to perform and get that many reps throughout this spring split, you could see the remarkable changes and growth in the team, benefiting from all of those games that they played. It was such a brutal and difficult schedule that they did it, and the fact that they were able to make it work, I think goes to show why Winthrop University have leveled up within the past few weeks.
Yeah, very fair. And they've looked so good that, again, they were able to topple near airport 2 matches in a row. Not only did that win get them, they guarantee them top 6. Now they got that win in playoffs, got them to this spot right here, where just like we were saying in Series 1, you win this, you're in top 3, guaranteed, and you'll be one best of 5 away from a grand final. So both teams playing for a lot here. Winthrop want to continue the heat that they've been working with so far.
That's right. And our head-to-head is Insanity versus Sword. I have to say, I'm in agreement with Cubby, who mentioned earlier what he felt like was one of the biggest differences just on eye test for how much better Winthrop University are playing is Sword just stepping up his overall game. That he has really sharpened his champion pool, his overall play, both in laning phase as well as his team fighting ability has been remarkably better than prior splits we've seen him. And Sword has, been a player that has been around the scene for quite some time. He was one of the earliest prospects back in the days where tier 3 teams weren't even a thing. Yet TSM Darkness had a third team that was like in amateur and was trying to see if they could compete for teams. It never got to see the light of official competition, but Sword has been around, that time for, ever since. He even role swapped to support at some point to accommodate different rosters over the years. And now with Sword returning to the mid lane, a lot of us had question marks at the beginning. It's like, is Sword gonna be, on the same level as these guys? Hey, wait, the predictions are wrong. I predicted Winthrop. Hey, change that. I don't know if Deserex also predicted Winthrop, but I know for a fact that I was supposed to be the funny guy with the Winthrop prediction on my side. Hang on.
The only reason I believe you, the only singular reason I believe you is because when we got into call earlier today for tech check and stuff, I do remember saying like, "Oh, you voted for Winthrop? Respect." So I can confirm that actually did happen. Oh my God!
WhatsApp. You see this? Oh wait. Hang on.
The camera, the zoom.
Oh, okay. Well, I also don't want to show numbers and dox people, but
you probably shouldn't.
If I show.
Guys, just believe him. Just put your phone down, Mark. Believe him. He voted for Woo.
That's me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's me.
They fixed it.
Okay.
Shout out production.
I just want, listen, guys. We know that Luminosity Gaming are very much favored, but off the back of 2 victories upsetting near airport, I'm putting my stonks. I'm putting my bets on Winthrop University. So that way, if they win, I look like a prophet. And if they lose, then cool. I'm silly and
you were voting
dumb.
for content.
And you know what?
Happens.
That's already a given. We already know that, so it's okay. Moving forward into the draft phase for Series 2.
Yeah, one quick thought on that. I will say, Mark, it is a little concerning when Deserex, Mr. Throps out himself, doesn't vote for Winthrop. Yeah, it ends up being pretty telling. Just wanted to lay that out there before we come back to the pick ban. So we'll see. It might be a silly angle, but who knows? Winthrop, they've been playing really well. They've been looking quite good, and they are breezing through this pick ban.
One more ban. The Lucian, gonna respect it from Tactical. Tactical has by far and away probably been Luminosity Gaming's best individual performer on this roster. I think, not to preview anything, but I've definitely seen a lot of Tactical votes for first All-Pro, so definitely will be in that top 3 consideration there. When, however, does get locked in for Fake God, we'll see if Winthrop University have an ample response, whether it's going to be the Rumble, since it is still available, or if they're going to prioritize other things for themselves.
Denethor really leaned more into his comfort champions this time around. I was actually going to predict the Gnar to kind of play on that range with Mini Gnar, but the Camille ends up being pretty fun too. Vi Camille is a great combo. I haven't seen this matchup since Gwen became so strong, but I still think it is pretty playable. And wow, we are just instantly jumping on support Shen. Like, they just wasted no time. We have double globals coming through from Luminosity Gaming, so a lot of map-focused gameplay available to them. And right off the bat, I feel really bad for Denethor, because that basically tells me that he is never going to get the 2v2s, the 1v2s that you usually hope for when you see this duo.
Beat down. Will you
It's
entertain
Shen
me
support.
for-
It's Shen support. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. We don't have to do this.
You already knew before I said it. I was like,
just talk about the picks, little bro. Like,
just put the
fries in the bag.
bro.
You know what I'm saying?
We're not cooking
Like-
here. Don't sell me on some extra
I
seasoning
don't
on
need
the
it right
fries.
now.
Just give me the Shen support. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
you know what I'm
Alright.
saying?
Yeah. Well, they're focusing the mid lane because that is for certain not something we're going to be seeing from any of these champions flex in the role. So trying to already eliminate the Talia Pantheon synergy there. Azir also a staple for both of these players and pretty much every top mid laner in the league so far. Tristana being removed, that has been a classic from Tactical. He has kind of single-handedly brought that champion back into the fold, at least in terms of NACL. And Orianna being taken away from Sword.
Yeah, I actually would have really liked the Corki for mobility, even though that Zyra Khan is really nice. I mean, Corki, I think just denying some marksman away from this comp from LG would have been good. But I mean, at the end of it, the option is still available because they go for a Victor, they go for a Misfortune instead. As now there's that opportunity there for Winthrop to be able to give that pick for Sword, but instead they want to add another global to the mix here to pair with this Vi Camille.
Well, Galio will be a little beefier and less easy to kill on the side of Winthrop University. But we're hitting the rift, y'all, for game one between Luminosity and Winthrop University. We'll see if this tier 2 squad, the endearingly named LTA Rejects, can find a series win and put themselves in the guaranteed top 3 pool, or if it will be Winthrop University continuing their Cinderella run through all of our top 3 squads.
I'm already hearing noises. Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, okay, because we're already 2 minutes into the game. We're fighting it out a little bit. And this, honestly, the way this match is going to play out later on is going to be really interesting to me. I think it's really worth pointing out that Winthrop University, the way they found a lot of their success is not in the lane phase against Near Airport. A lot of it was in post 20 minutes. When they group, when they team fight, they have comps surrounding that very identity. So that's really where I'm looking for Winthrop to find a lot of their success, especially with Vi, Galio, Camille. I'm really looking to play a lot of these aggressive side lane moves.
And even though that we know that Dark, or not, Galio should have a somewhat better time into mage matchups, you're already seeing that the harass early on is very, very annoying to deal with, and Insanity going for the Grasp of the Undying allows him to get even more lane pressure and guaranteeing a little bit of the scaling advantage on his side as well, since he's going to be racking up HP. And even though we have nerfed the overall Rod of Ages build for a lot of these mages, I imagine that is still something he's going to go for. Zazel, Taunt Flash, yeah, that's first blood, and Tactical gets the first kill of the game.
And it's just too easy. It's basically undodgeable. So well played from Zazel on the Shen support pick that he has been popularizing somewhat here in this league. I think he's played it. I think he's played it at least 2 other times.
I would not know. I do not have the stats pulled up on my other monitor, but Tomio will not get a chance to fight for this top crab since only 35 has roamed to the top side. Tomio might look at Denethor's Camille. Would be a hard look since Denethor can always easily hookshot his way to safety.
Yeah, and I will say I like that Denethor is running the Ignite, really prioritizing the combat power. This is especially going to be important in side lane, just because the Gwen Camille matchup can kind of be flippy even at 2 to 3 items. But what used to happen when this matchup was pretty popular was that both would take Ignite, and then it would really come down to the execution. But now Denethor, he has that bit of an advantage in the 1v1.
Zazel, do you want to taunt?
No flash.
There.
No flash.
I don't think Zazel actually wanted that taunt.
Oh, I think he might be checking his pockets for the receipt because he may want that one back. But unfortunately, there's no refunds. He's going to be walking his way back to the Rift in shame.
You know what? The broadcast is already on top of it saying, hey, we did not see Zazel just in there. You know what? We're going to show off a cinematic replay of him pulling off a very cool play. Yeah,
no,
flash.
You see what they were doing, Mark? They were reminding us where he used the flash and why he got caught out there. So actually, Giga Brain production at Liga.
Production, indeed. Sword at least a little bit healthier now that he's gotten a chance to reset. But Insanity, to his credit, has not used the teleport. He has maintained this position in the mid wave, and he's challenging Sword to try and break it. And with Tomio hovering around, I think that is where Sword is being very cautious and mindful of the potential overextension he's making. And Insanity's playing this laning phase really well right now.
Yeah, I mean, a player like Insanity who's just had so much experience in Tier 1, in Tier 2, even Tier 3 for a bit a couple of years ago, playing for 100 Thieves next. Really got to appreciate the commitment to the grind to make it to Tier 1. He'll play on whatever team, whatever tier mark to prove himself. And he continues to do just that pretty much wherever he's at.
Dragon has spawned. Wilson is already, I think, attacking the objective.
Looks like
we're getting a quick replay.
Yeah, and this was
I see.
a little unlucky because, yeah, he wanted to stop Wilson's back, and he's like, oh, you know what? Galio can be here first, can't he? I have horribly miscalculated this situation. So it does get a kill back into the pockets of Winthrop. As you can see, we do have a pause. So I would love to say how we can take stock about this early game. We talk about all the great things that have happened so far, but not a whole lot has happened. So
we're not that far yet, Beatdown. So there's not much to really glean into. We'll say that, you know, Luminosity have, you know, a nice bot advantage for Tactical. He was one of our big players that has really distinguished himself as probably the star individual on this roster, even though there are a lot of very strong players individually across the board.
Sure.
We're just formally, oh, wait a minute, Sword was ganking top lane with that hero's entrance and allowing Denethor to get the better of Fake God and burning his flash. Both of these top laners are down teleport, so there's a moment for Fake God to just lose this entire wave, since Wilson is also here preventing him from walking up.
Yeah, and even with Tomio around, you got to imagine this is not a great angle here. Tomio does have the level 6, but not really going to make the difference. It should allow them to clear these waves, clear this next wave, and just go ahead and walk away. So Fake God has lost a good little bit of experience because of it, does fall a tiny bit behind. And the best thing for Sword is that he's going to be able to catch this next wave, but because of how well Insanity's been laning on getting advantage over him, he's got a pretty significant CS lead. So that's why you're seeing Sword. It's just going to be about him trying to find value elsewhere with that ult.
Yep. He's already seceded or conceded the advantage in this lane now that Insanity has gotten the better of him in terms of teleport tempo and being able to freeze effectively 2-3 waves against him in terms of his experience. Now, this allows Sword, or allows Insanity to maintain that advantage, and it's just forcing Sword to basically say, as you said, I gotta roam, baby. So this is thankfully a composition that Winthrop University have where there are multiple side lanes that have engage tools that allow the hero's entrance to be a lot more reliable in those setups.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at these junglers too, we talked about them. We talked about them a little bit in that pre-show, but I think Tomio is deserving of a good amount of praise for Luminosity Gaming's success. A player who I think really didn't get a fair shot in the LTA North. And he continues to prove himself here in Tier 2, playing something like Pantheon, where he is great at this champion. And it feels like he's been great at whatever you put him on so far in the NACL. Part of this team story, each one of them trying to win their way back to the LTA, get another chance to prove themselves.
I mean, there's a very, very strong reason why we were all excited for Tomio to get his first shot starting for Shopify Rebellion last summer's split. This guy had previously dominated all of NACL in 2023, both back on Cloud9 Challengers as well as Disguised, before the promotion tournament was a thing for Disguised to win their way into LTA. But one of the things that we were so excited for is, like, so many people, it wasn't just, you know, the results in that pro play, it was people around the community also speaking praise, like, I'm so excited. Like, I Will Dominate was even mentioning that Tomio is a player that I'm personally excited about, and the fact that, you know, Shopify Rebellion wasn't set up for success, you know, we put more on the team overall versus Tomio as he's getting engaged on. And this is, did I just cast a curse? Oh my goodness, it's a cast a curse. Winthrop University being able to punish Luminosity Gaming, overextending on the grubs. Oh my goodness, Luminosity, I am so sorry.
I think that was kind of crazy from Sword to ult in place like that. I think they had it regardless, but still a nice play here from Winthrop University. Again, their ability to group and find success in these skirmishes has been so good for them. And of course, if you've enjoyed watching the great gameplay we've seen today, take the opportunity to learn directly from the NACL pros. No matter your current rank, you can fast track your road to improvement by scheduling a one-on-one coaching session at prodiff.gg. Every coach is an active or recent NACL or LTA player, so you can be confident they have the knowledge to help you climb faster. Get personalized coaching from prodiff.gg today. Not tomorrow, not yesterday, today.
While we have some time beat, I have some grave news I must share.
What happened?
You might have to solo cast this one because my phone just blew up with a bunch of death threats from people who are wanting Luminosity Gaming to win the early game, and now I need to fear
they're
for my life.
They're coming after you.
They're sending the hitmen after me right now as we speak. Oh, this is so dastardly dangerous for me. But I'm going to stick by in this caster booth until I have to leave. So hopefully it is not the case, but
you got to do what you got to do, Mark. I understand.
I got to do what I got to do. You know, I sincerely do apologize for those that are not sending death threats, but are irked that Luminosity just got smoked. I did not plan that. You know,
it's just the way the cookie crumbles, bro. There's nothing else to say. Now, Winthrop University have the second dragon potential if they want to go ahead and secure that one, considering the recalls that are coming through from LG. I think Wilson's going to have a pretty easy time securing this. So it's been pretty solid objective control on this bottom side of the map from Winthrop University. Yeah, LG have all 3 grubs. I don't remember what Mazel called it, because I know it's not grub. I know we agreed it's not Grubageddon anymore, but LG has that.
Oh, like a special name for securing
remember
all
we
the
called
grubs.
it, I
don't know if it deserves a name anymore, because like getting 6 grubs, you know, was super deserving, right?
Yeah.
Because that's like twice you're able to make the objective rotation, whereas one objective rotation, it ends up being a trade, right? Winthrop now get the second dragon of the game for themselves. Luminosity get 3 grubs, so they have, you know, 1 Void Might spawn that is pretty strong at side laning. But right now, with Denethor 2-0 up on the Gwen, who has yet to finish her first item of the game, at least Luminosity denied the extra split pushing potential that Winthrop could have had on their side. But, you know, they gotta deal with a couple of growing issues that Winthrop University have in favor for themselves right now.
Yeah, very true. And this Camille, who already, with that Ignite advantage, was going to be a problem in the side lane, being at 2-0 is definitely a threat LG have to deal with. And of course, with the global match that LG are working with, Sword is also going to be in the area. You got to imagine Wilson is going to be doing a lot of shadowing as well. So I think once we get out of the laning phase, it is going to be really interesting to see how these teams are going to be interacting. It's worth noting, Zazel just got the Stand United as well, so he's also able to play the very fun global game and try to defend one of his teammates from death.
Yeah. And giving the advantage over to any Camille is going to be scary, but this is Denethor.
That's so true.
Since his time in Collegiate and finally making his debut in NACL this past year, I mean, my goodness, this Denethor has undergone a lot of growth to be competitive with a lot of the top laners in the landscape of Tier 2. He has already proved himself to be one of the best top laners in Collegiate, but then when you throw in the rest of the pool of players that are available in Tier 2, it's definitely been harder to make a name for yourself, but everyone from Collegiate knows how strong this guy is, especially when it comes to things like the Camille and Gnar. And now that Winthrop University, in their first game of the series, is postured to have a strong winning advantage to potentially be the snowball factor that makes Winthrop University able to get an upset win over Luminosity Gaming, it
would be crazy.
It would be crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Denethor too, because he was one of the players on this roster who we believed before they joined the league that, oh yeah, he's ready, he could perform. But when it came to the promotion tournaments over these last couple of years, he actually couldn't. And he ended up being a problem for the team, and I'm comfortable saying this now because he has definitely improved leaps and bounds since such a time where now he stepped it up big time, especially leaning into his more preferred champions, not always playing what's meta in the top side. And it has been a big part of these winning drafts Winthrop have gone. It's the Camille, it's things like the Gnar that nobody else really plays in this league that have helped Winthrop get a lot of their teamfight success.
About 14 and a half minutes into the game, Rift Herald will be spawning in the next couple of seconds. Bam, picture in picture already on top of it. So that is the big objective now that both teams can vie in for. Already a base from Fake God, probably forced to TP back if Luminosity Gaming want to compete and fight for this Rift Herald.
It's going to be tough taking stock of items right now. I do lean a little bit Winthrop's way, especially if this kill happens.
Teleport is coming in, but it's going to be too late. Insanity already facing the full onslaught. Zeyzal teleports in with a Stand United. Maybe they can find something on the re-counter engage, but Fake God is blown up as well. Only 35 by so much time will burn down to Zeyzal is Ignite on the back half, but Tomio falls and Sword gets out. The bullet time from Tactical, it's super not effective. The taunt from Sword lines them all up. Winthrop University, get your throps out because the Eagles are soaring in game one.
And it's an ace at 16 minutes in the game. We keep saying it, Winthrop, when they fight as 5, it feels like they can't lose. And they continue to prove that one time and time again. They get 5 kills for nothing. They're going to get a Rift Herald. And they're going to be able to just continue snowballing this game as they jump up to a 4K lead. I think I lied. Pretty sure Zeyzal did get a kill, but it's a 5-for-1. Still great.
4,000 gold ahead now on the side of Winthrop University. Yeah, they don't have the 3 grubs, but they got the Rift Herald. They have the first 2 dragons of the game. This is a Ocean Soul game. If Winthrop University continue leveraging this lead, I don't know how Luminosity Gaming gets back into it.
No, again, it really is going to depend on side lane assignments, because if Winthrop aren't careful, that will be a big problem for them. Not a whole lot to talk about here. This is just peak gameplay for Insanity. He was able to do so much there. And the fact that he wasn't able to have any real impact, jokes aside, was part of why this fight was so easy for Winthrop.
Now, the only member they drop is their support, and you know what? That is pretty much best case scenario if you're going to drop any single member from this Winthrop University squad. You see in the picture-in-picture, it is actually Luminosity Gaming who are able to beat them to the punch, but you know what? Winthrop University taking a page out of Dark Zero's book. They look to pressure the map on the top side of the map, already forcing pressure onto the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, which now opens up this tier 2 turret to falling in the hands of Winthrop University.
And I love plays like that. Winthrop just using what they've earned, not just the gold in their teamfight success, but also the early Drakes. Oh, we got to fight.
Oh, Tomio's in trouble. Forced to flash back to the safety of his teammates. Luminosity Gaming starting to really feel the pressure now. It's an overall 5,000 gold advantage. If Luminosity Gaming are not able to find any sizable advantages that gives them a little bit of extra gold back in their pockets, it's going to be so difficult trying to fight this collegiate squad at the upcoming objectives.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because even Insanity still really waiting to come online because he opted for that Rod of Ages. Nerfed, as you had mentioned, still pretty powerful at 10 stacks, but it really just slows down the scaling of that Victor a little bit, slows down that effectiveness that he has a little bit of at that 1 item mark. So still waiting a little bit for him to come online, and that's given time for Winthrop to just kind of smash LG against the wall. Now we're seeing...
What? What?
Misclick?
I hope so.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's a misclick. I've decided. I've decreed, in fact. And we're just going to move forward now.
Wow, stun lock moment. I feel like I just got slapped in the face. Anyway, Winthrop University.
Like I'm playing Valorant.
Yeah. You're just wondering
I can't
what
see
just
you guys.
happened.
What's happening?
Flashbang,
Yeah.
Okay, well, 19 minutes, 1 minute away from Otacon spawn on the top side of the map. At least Luminosity Gaming are the first ones here on in terms of positioning, but right now Winthrop are about to move after pushing in this mid wave, looking for pressure and pushing their vision line into this top quadrant. Denethor already using his advantage super well on the bottom side of the map, getting that tier 1 turret opened up. He has a teleport for himself. Fake God is waiting for his teleport just to come off cooldown now. And as long as Denethor is able to maintain this pressure, Luminosity Gaming can never feel comfortable being the first ones to the top side of the Otacon, because otherwise, Denethor is going to be splitting open on your base on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I think it really just goes to show how big this lead is for Winthrop. We're seeing 2 items almost across the board on key members of Winthrop University. 3 out of 4 members, IE for Zaya already, which is huge. You have the Black Cleaver for Wilson, and of course the Ravenous Hydra for Denethor, and he's going to be able to very easily continue splitting on the bottom side of the map and just play that split push game while Winthrop can focus on the Otacon, because you give Denethor a 1v1 or a lone time with any structures, he's happy to take it all.
It's all about the pressure game right now. Pushing out the side lanes first to force Luminosity Gaming further and further to the outskirts of their turrets where it is safe, giving Winthrop University the opportunity to push that vision line further into the quadrants of that jungle, which makes it even more uncomfortable for Luminosity to walk up. And now there's a good window to burn down this Otacon, and I think it just belongs to Winthrop. No way that Luminosity can walk in.
How could you fight it, yeah. And at this point, you can see Tomio, he's just using that timer to try and either get a dive or give Fake God the space to take a turret in trade, excuse me. And while that is going to go down, Winthrop definitely get the bigger bounty in the Otacon for themselves, as it is an easy pickup for them. All their Blood Roses get upgraded, and you can see the level ups coming through as a result.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, there's almost the only level advantage that is not on the side of Winthrop University is Insanity, which is kind of crazy because there was a moment where it was level 12 Victor to level 13 Galio, but because Sword is being relied on to roam constantly and move with his bot lane duo or Wilson, he's dropping a little bit more side waves compared to the Victor, whereas Insanity is getting solo gold and solo experience because Luminosity Gaming need this Victor to be as strong as possible, as fast as possible, since time is of the essence against the Eagles right now.
Yeah, I will say Insanity, having that Roa maxed out, has Leandri's as well, has instantly becomes a very big source of damage for Luminosity, but they're still down so much gold. And the way Winthrop can play this game is just so much easier than it is for LG, especially because you're waiting for key members to reach that second item breakpoint, specifically Fake God. This Gwen, unfortunately, not too great, especially in this situation, until at least 2 items. So there isn't a whole lot for Fake God to be able to do in the 1v1 inside lane. He's just farming, waiting for the best opportunity to get to that breakpoint. And on the other side, Winthrop, they're just going to secure their soul point with 0 contest whatsoever.
Winthrop will move up to 3 dragons total now. 22.5 minutes in the game. We're looking at a soul point contest at around the 27-minute mark. That is going to be the timer where Luminosity Gaming, if you're a LG fan, you're hoping they're at their strongest point in the game, because otherwise that dragon is definitely going over to the hands of Winthrop University without any real contest. And now the collegiate squad is turning their attention towards this bottom side where Mobility is already trying to do his best to stack up a wave. Insanity clears it. Only 35 was posturing maybe for a dive, but with LG all kind of racked up here, Tomio the only one in the mid lane, they were ready to receive a dive.
Yeah, so not really much else is going to take place on this sequence, but it's fine because Winthrop, they were just fishing for a little extra mark. They got their soul point. They're still really strong on the map. They're not going to take any unnecessary risks with it, which I think is another thing we've seen. It's quite character to them as a team. Even when they are massively ahead, they don't overextend themselves too much. They even sometimes to moments where I'm like, you really could push this one out, but I prefer cautious over insanely reckless. So it's worked out for Winthrop so far.
Yeah. One of the things that is unfortunate about this composition for LG is that they drafted this Misfortune to guarantee an advantage and, get some lane priority guaranteed for Tactical, who has been one of our star carries for this roster and one of our best performing AD carries in the league. There's no real setup for this Misfortune. Normally when we've seen it locked in, you have things like the Rel, the Alistar that can get multi-man engages. Taunt Flash onto multiple targets is very hard to do. That is a tall task. Like, unless Winthrop University are all clumped up and then, Zazel can find it, it's just not a reliable setup. And there's no other CC sources from Luminosity Gaming that can like find multi-man stuns guaranteed, unless Winthrop are all walking through a choke point and Insanity just lays down a Victor W, right? So it really challenges LG's possibilities of being able to turn these fights around as long as Winthrop University are aware of these variables, right?
Yeah, I will say the one advantage Tactical does have in that respect is that Winthrop's comp is a death ball. They kind of group together naturally. It's just whether or not Insanity, Tomio, and Fake God can make the adequate enough space for them to be able for it to allow him to get a good bullet time. Because if anyone on Winthrop, look at him, he just explodes.
Yep.
Yeah, and Winthrop now with the strength, they're just going to go ahead and start this bear, and they take this so fast.
Only 35 and Sword are being the bouncers in this Baron Club. 2,600. It is secured for Winthrop University. And now do they want to turn the fight? Only 35 using the quickness, rounding up Insanity and Tomio. Sword on top of it, but the hero's entrance is keeping the mid laner busy. Bullet time does rip through Denethor. Big ultimate from Tactical. And Winthrop University realizing they overextended their welcome. Insanity flashing forward. The re-engage. Tomio, Grand Starfall right on top of Sword. And Winthrop University flew too close to the sun. But it's Luminosity Gaming. They're going to drag them down back to earth as they have evened up the score.
Wow. Nice fight coming through from LG. Winthrop, they finally take that overstep, and it narrows this gold lead by so much. It was more than 5,000. Now it's cut down to about 2, and there's only 2 Baron buffs to speak of as well after such a successful take. So Winthrop, yeah, they fall down to earth, as you say, Mark. They've lost a lot of the lead that they've earned so far. They're by no means out of this game, but now LG, they can actually play.
The gold lead is no longer that massive 5,000, 6,000 advantage we saw that Winthrop was packing in their pockets. Now Luminosity Gaming, they are pretty much picking up 3rd full completed items off the back of that fight. Infinity Edge for Tactical, Rift Maker for Insanity, even Black Cleaver completed for Tomio so that he can get his 2nd item, and Fake God working on his own 3rd with the Seekers in tow. So now Winthrop University, the advantage that they could have had they just taken the Baron and left and played for Ocean Soul in 38 seconds is now no longer nearly as strong.
Yeah, they still, at least they're going to be able to show up as 5, and they do have a Baron buff too, actually, to help keep this mid wave pushed out. So that's really the only thing they have going for them after this. The top wave is actually in a good spot too, as that's naturally going to push, and someone from LG will have to answer.
Oh, LG getting aggressive first, finding the pick on only 35. His HP is now below 50%. Winthrop University no longer feeling as bold, challenging the river by themselves, as only 35. Their main face checker is very low on HP. Sword getting a lot of damage dealt by Fake God. Snip. Oh, the engage season desist right on top of it, but once again, the bullet time is undeterred, and he gets the full channel up, and he just wipes out 2 members in the back line. Triple for Tactical. Fake God picks up another, and Winthrop University are crashing down back to earth officially. No longer held up by the weight of their own vindication in the early game. Luminosity Gaming rise for the ashes, and they're going to push into the base.
Wow, and I actually think, oh my God, Mark, do they just win the game off that fight too?
Look at the death timers, they're so long.
We can't ignore the misfortune, guys. We have this wombo combo death ball, and Tactical gets his ult off every time. And just like that, Winthrop winning the whole game, and they lose.
Luminosity Gaming remind the collegiate squad that you can't be too complacent on your own early game wins, and Luminosity Gaming take the first game of the series.
That's mental shattering, Mark.
Yeah.
Like earth shattering. Like that's if it's us and like the boys playing as a 5-stack, that's our last game of the night.
We're logging off. Yeah.
We're logging off, guys. There is no more. There is no we don't end on a loss. We're done, because that has got to feel terrible. And, you know, you got to give props to LG for turning it around like that. 2 small openings, and that was all it took for them to come back and win the game.
And that's where the experience really plays a difference, right? Luminosity Gaming are able to notice those small windows where they're like, hey, guys, they're overextending their turn right here, you know, off the Baron play. If there's a chance for us to, you know, find a way back into it if they play their cards wrong.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Ah, man. Well, Winthrop University, we're going to see if they get a chance to rebound and, you know, make sure that their mental is composed to see if they can still match up against Luminosity, or if Luminosity just sweep it out from here. Don't turn away, y'all. It's just going to be a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 of the series. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Luminosity Gaming and Winthrop University. And while things definitely started off hot for Luminosity, it was Winthrop University that had a big mid-game surgence. And we thought that Winthrop were about to close out this game and set themselves up for a pretty nice position as a potential upset over Luminosity Gaming. But all it took beatdown was 2 back-to-back mistakes in taking fights that they shouldn't haven't taken against Luminosity.
Yeah, and I really, guys, want you to remember this clip right here and a clip we're going to see later, because for the most part, the early game and the mid game was looking all Winthrop University. Felt like there was nothing for them to worry about. And yes, they were certainly going to close it out. But those mistakes you're talking about that I think cost them in the end were these uncharacteristic team fight misplays that we don't see from this team very often. And it's the target selection that wasn't very good. I think in a lot of these early clips you're seeing that Tactical is having a pretty difficult time actually using that bullet time as Misfortune. But from this fight onwards, it actually doesn't end up being very serious, because yeah, he has the flash, okay, cool, but that's a full channel of bullet time. Like, we're ignoring the biggest damage on the team at that moment in Misfortune, and you lose the fight, and you're gonna see it happen again soon.
Yeah, this was a moment where maybe in hindsight, obviously it's a lot easier to criticize hindsight than, you know, in the moment, but
again,
the Baron play, taking a fight, was punished. And then once again, as you saw, Tactical getting a full channel Misfortune. This time, there is no tools available from the side of Winthrop University to stop the prevention or prevent the channel of the bullet time. Playing into the hands of Luminosity Gaming right there. And despite everything that Winthrop University was doing right for nearly 15, close to 20 minutes after the the play on the top side of the map with the Rift Herald that Luminosity went for, or the 3 grubs that they went for, it all fell apart. And I think that's a big learning lesson for Winthrop University, at least in scenarios where you have to recognize that, hey, yeah, Misfortune, team fight wise, doesn't match up against Zaya, auto attacks.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Ultimate, if Misfortune still gets the channel, then I don't know what to tell you, But if you're trying to chime in on the conversation, make sure you're using the hashtag NACL in all of our social platforms, and that is at NACL across every single platform that is pretty much known. Apart from Twitter, that's at WatchNACL. And to remind everyone at home, one of our wonderful sponsors as well for this show that we have newly acquired is ProDiff GG. If you've enjoyed watching the games today, take the opportunity to learn directly from NACL pros. No matter your current rank, you can fast track your road to improvement by scheduling a one-on-one coaching session at prodiff.gg. Every coach on ProDiff is an active or recent NACL or LTA player, so you can be confident they have the knowledge to help you climb faster. Some of those players are in this game right now. You've got Tomio from Luminosity, who is one of the current coaches on ProDiff GG that you can get access to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great resource. Again, all the players on this platform are either active or recently active NACL or LTA players. So, I mean, that's some quality coaching you're getting right there. And we gotta start thinking about game 2 of this series as well, Mark, because Winthrop University, again, they had a real hot streak going for them, especially their wins against Near Airport. But I really can't stress the kind of mental state that a team can be in after a loss like this. You win every fight, until you lose 2 back-to-back and lose the game. Like, again, that is mental shattering. So it's not only important that Winthrop are able to bounce back strategically in this game, it's really like a mental bounce back that needs to happen as well.
Yeah. It does go to show that they have the makings of, being able to at least throw hands against Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah.
Just have to be cognizant of the windows that Luminosity Gaming can find to slingshot themselves back in the game. And I think that's just where the experience difference comes into play, right? The fact that, Luminosity are very cognizant of all their win conditions, no matter what the state of the game is. They know how to at least maneuver around these team fights and understand, like, hey, in this particular scenario, if I'm not being stopped on my channel, you know, I can still turn this fight around. If I'm still scaling on this Victor, you know, I'm still going to be tankier and harder to deal with against the members of Winthrop University. If they overextend themselves when they dive, our refight, our second fight, is so strong since you have things like Pantheon and Shen that can join a diver that goes, you know, deep into the backline, right? So it's just really smart play by LG.
Yeah, and now going into game 2, I mean, you can see it there in the bottom of your screen that Winthrop have selected blue side. So there's again that priority. We had that time for a while where everybody was picking red side, but that's over now. Back to blue side, you know, as it should be. And now Winthrop, they have that opportunity, get themselves a strong first pick, and hopefully set them up for success, take us to a game 3.
Yeah, we'll see how it all unfolds in just a moment. Draft phase starting.
Are you summoning it?
Queued it too early.
No, you gotta do the ritual. You gotta do the ritual, the summoning ritual, and then draft phase will come. Yeah. Let me see the hand signs. Okay.
I don't know the hand signs, bro.
Just follow your heart, Mark.
I'm
keep
making
going.
stuff up on the spot. You know, I'm creating a Rasengan right now. You know, I'm. Boom. Okay.
And it worked.
We got there eventually.
I
man.
told you, Mark. Follow your heart.
Masterful vamping right here. All the things we do in the essence of just, you know, buying time.
Keeping you entertained.
God, it's as best as we can. I don't know how many people are entertained by forming a makeshift Rasengan. Anyway, Winthrop, blue side, first ban, Callista, trying to eliminate things that Tactical can still carry his team on. And the fact that we had alluded to a Misfortune having a very difficult time of actually getting those bullet times off with limited lockdown. When you called it, I mean, they're all kind of deathballing anyway, and if nothing is stopping the Misfortune channeling, our Tactical still finds a way to make the difference in these fights. Now, other bands, Nico, Senna, Varus, what are you looking at?
I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe a Scion ban from Winthrop, force the Jace out of the pick, or Jace, oh, I guess it's the Jace ban. I was kind of expecting it to maybe be the other way around and set Denethor up for a Jace pick, but maybe banning Jace on their end means they don't mind if Scion goes up. They might be trying to open up some potential for Denethor to play the Gnar. We know it's definitely a favorite blind of his. Not great into Jace, but pretty much fine into everything else up.
It does open up the Azir with the last Lucian ban on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Wow, that is 380 carry bans. And considering that there's no Xayah, no Misfortune either, mobility is limited to, I say limited to, Jhin, and yet mobility's Jhin is like...
It's pretty good.
That's saying limited to is a very, well, what's the term when the statement is contradicting?
An oxymoron.
Yeah, an oxymoron. Thank you. Yeah, when it comes to mobility's Jhin, that's not a limit. That's Rock Lee weights being dropped right there.
True. Yeah, now we're seeing the Rumble and Xin response. Could be Insanity setting up for something like a Talia. I mean, with the Poppy coming through as well, a lot of movement between that and the Azir does kind of set up the Talia nicely, and it will pair nicely with Tomio's Xin. That's probably the angle we're looking to. I wonder if Denethor is going to pick. Are we going to see the early Jhin? Okay, it is going to be the Gnar, yeah.
But that immediately means Insanity is thinking about Sylas as a potential takeaway, since being able to grab things like Emperor's Divide, Keeper's Verdict, and most importantly, Mega Gnar Ultimate would be very, very devastating on top of a Rumble Wombo combo setup there. But Insanity is not going to opt in for it. It's just going to go for guaranteed backline damage and safety using the power of Hui's range with the Severed Bolts, as well as all the utility you get from this champion.
Yeah, I think that ends up being fine, something Insanity has played pretty well at. I like the Poppy respect given over to only 35. He's definitely willing to pull out this champion, and when you have multiple fighters, the champ's viability just goes up. And I like the respect to Tactical's Tristana. I know we hype Double Lift Tristana a lot, but I think Tactical deserves that same respect in this league, especially with how he's just been playing the split overall, and that praise we give him, as a lot of us are saying that him and Zeyzal, best bot lane, really not arguable.
Yeah. It is damn near uncontestable, even from the likes of our #1 team, Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I think it's the one bot lane that stands up to Sajid and Zyko, right? Now, Winthrop eliminating the Kai'Sa away from Tactical, since Luminosity do their own due diligence of taking away Mobility's Jhin. So now, AD carries are scarce here, and that means Caitlyn will make her way to the top of the food chain.
I'm kind of curious. I think this just opens up Ashe for mobility. I feel like that's kind of the only answer left off the top of my head. Arrow is nice. Yeah, maybe, but yeah, I feel like Ashe is just kind of the angle there. And he gives it, you have an opportunity to blind support, but I think you're just going to go for something really simple. You're already playing into Caitlyn. They have last pick support, so I don't think there's really a point in trying to get fancy with it, unless they want to go Braum. Ashe Braum. I'm thinking about it.
So I'm curious if Luminosity Gaming feel the need to lock in a tank support for themselves because they don't have a real front line. Xin Zhao is like the closest to being on the front line skirmishes there.
They can go Braum.
Because, I mean, Caitlyn Lux would be super oppressive. That's a lot of range. You don't have a front line. You don't have many ways to face check bushes outside of, ranged abilities and, Xin Zhao walking in. But it would be funny, but you called it Braum.
I think even Winthrop would have loved that one. I think it's fine on either side of this game, but it's really nice because, you don't have enough front line, in my opinion, until you lock in this champion. Lanes well into Nautilus. You can eat up a good amount of the ranged abilities coming through from Winthrop's side as well. And of course, that Glacial Fissure is a really useful teamfight tool overall. Great disengage tool. And I think that's what Luminosity Gaming are going to need because Winthrop's comp is all forward, all in.
Yeah. And for Luminosity, they don't have real engage on their side either, right? There's, I guess Xin Zhao can prime up 3 Talon Strike and then flash E forward onto someone and then, find it that way. But at least, there's a lot of range that can follow up on any point if Tomio is super fed and just says, I'm going deep in their backline, right? You can send a red carpet on top of it from Rumble. You can send Severing Bolts from Hui. Caitlyn has the longest range of any AD carry in the game, so either her auto attacks or even an ace in the hole can follow up on a pick. So I think Luminosity's game here is to find a natural gold advantage, trying to have, if they have better lane setups across the board here, and if they're the first ones to the objectives, then it gets very difficult for Winthrop University to brute force their way in.
That's right. We're getting into our second game here, guys. Winthrop University, heartbreaking loss in game 1 as they were winning basically the entire time. And now, one game away from being dropped to the lower bracket and LG punching their ticket to that winner's final. That's what they're playing for. Winthrop trying to bounce it back. They have a comp that looks as very much to their comfort, the kind of style and drafts we usually see from them. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen.
No funny business, it seems like, from either teams here. There was a couple of decently aggressive wards placed in the red quadrant of Tomio's jungle, but it was just outside the red buff wall on that brush. So no real information on where either jungler starting is going to be found out by these two teams. There can be guesses. I do like where Tomio is starting, going for the Wolves and just trying to optimize for the fastest level 6 full clearing that you can go for on the Xin Zhao. It's definitely a trick that a lot of junglers are, have been doing for a while. Wilson going to do the same, opting in for the Raptor spawn camp first.
Yeah, I will say Insanity procs his Comet, and I'm pretty sure he's running Mana Flow Band, so it's kind of GG when you get a stack before the waves come. I don't know, man. I think we could just wrap the series up and go home.
Damn, we're just calling it like that. I mean, Zeyzal is already tanking up a majority of the damage so that Tactical can preserve his own HP and have that advantage against both mobility and only 35. Forcing, I guess, 1 or 2 pots from both of the supports, 1 apiece. So Health War already being won out by LG.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the interactions that we expect, and why you see the Braum pick there for Zeyzal. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that lane plays out and how Mobility and Only 35 are going to be able to kind of hold on until level 6. I think that's really big for this Ashe, being able to contribute to cross-map plays with that enchanted crystal arrow. And Mark, I just noticed something funny. Wilson, he has Hail of Blades.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This could be a funny Poppy build, or at the very least, Umbral Blade Rush.
Or maybe even a Sundered Sky, but it does give him a lot of upfront burst, and Poppy base damage is pretty deceptively strong, guys. Like, if you get a wall slam into both procs of your Q, and then you get 3 back-to-back auto attacks on top of it.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy amount of damage there. So it does give Poppy a little bit of extra lethality and finding some.
Nice.
Well, I mean, even if she doesn't build lethality, the term is still very much true that you have those moments when we talk about like spotting lethal or having lethal on an opponent, you can at least break that break point, or cross the break point, I should say, in situations that you normally wouldn't, right? And if it doesn't guarantee a kill, you're at least guaranteeing a summoner spell if you find that setup.
Yeah, true. It's gonna be interesting to see the setup both of the junglers go for. A lot of early skirmishing power. Means a lot of gank potential. As speaking of, oh my god. Wilson just has to watch as his mid laner is getting chunked out by Insanity. And he's going to be forced to recall.
Back-to-back games now, Insanity, this, regardless of the matchup, has been able to get an early force onto Sword. Although, this time around, I will say, Insanity was the first one to use his teleport, so it's not actually the same case here. Sword was the first one in the first game to base and teleport, and Insanity like held a TP advantage and a freeze, but he has now set up the wave where it looks very much in control of this wave for Insanity, so Sword might be the one forcing himself to overextend. I mean, he's already lost a lot of HP, and he just teleported back to lane.
Oh my god, yeah, this is brutal, because now there's a big opening because of that pink ward on the bottom brush. Tomio has a pretty easy angle after he does his Gromp to just gank mid lane. I can't imagine Sword's going to have an easy time clearing it.
Yeah, the only time Sword can like fight for shoving this wave in is he would have to call on Wilson after he finishes this hover on bot side, but he's already finished back-to-back full clears of this bottom quadrant jungle, so he has to base. He needs to find time to get some of his items. Oh my god, he's actually going for a serrated Dirk. Okay, this is kind of fun. Okay, I thought it was just gonna be like Sundered Sky, you know, still like normal build, but you know what? Wilson is ready to flip the game, baby.
Yeah, and honestly, considering the range that they're dealing with in LG's comp, I really do like the Umbral Glade for Poppy this game. Not just the damage you get with that upfront burst damage, as you called out, Mark, but just also that ability to play the vision game that much better. Being able to track members of LG, especially when they're playing members with such serious range advantages, is really important.
Yeah, it was one of the items that was buffed. Oh, Sword has a moment to solo kill Insanity here and maybe at least force a flash. Spiraling Despair, flash, Sword, Severing Bolt, will it connect? He flashes the Severing Bolt, waiting until the very last tick. As well played as it could have been between both mid laners. Sword going to try to do his best to receive this minion wave, but Tomio Severing Bolt, oh, poor Sword, could not escape it that time, and it's first blood for Luminosity Gaming's mid laner.
Nicely done from Insanity, and Tomio just does the drive-by as he watches it take place, and he says, okay, I guess I'll just go ahead and do the dragon. No problem.
You got it?
Yeah. Oh, he's got it. No problem. Now, he has his bot lane as well. Mobility and Only 35 went for the base, so it really is just the easiest window to go for here. And even Fakeot dodging the gank with the Equalizer just limits the responses from Winthrop.
All the moves that could have been used by Winthrop University are essentially dissuaded. The Luminosity Gaming having a clean opener to the second game of the series, where they're already one up. One more game, and that secures their spot in the top 3. A spot in upper finals, a spot in, at least, as you called out, top 3 potential finishing place for our playoffs in the spring bracket. And a rematch against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, where, you know, that roster has not played against each other in quite some time. I think the middle of the spring split, where they still had Yuji on the roster, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. No, that is right. And Zazel even mentions, actually, how the team kind of turned themselves around after that loss to Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So it will be interesting to see that matchup. If they're able to close out this series right here, it will be really exciting. I mean, Other than that, I think the game has been pretty slow so far. The only kill was that solo bolo from Insanity. Otherwise, things have been pretty chill. And I think one thing we haven't really gotten into is scaling, who we think is favored into that late game. And while LG have a lot of strong late game tools and a lot of range to work with, I do think Winthrop actually have a good chance of team fighting because Gnar is really good with setups. Denethor especially is really good on this champion and finding big ultimates. And you can't understate the power of that enchanted crystal arrow for mobility. A lot of team fight setup if he's able to land those consistently. So Winthrop definitely have ways.
Yeah, you have easy ways to like fish for engages. You don't have to always commit on the looks, as we're gonna get a look now, but it's gonna go right by Tomio.
No.
So Insanity can at least dodge it. The Emperor's Divide pushes it right into Wilson, who gets the slam on the wall, and he punts out Tomio on top of it. That was a perfect Poppy play.
Yeah, Zia wouldn't want to be us. Denethor, oh no, he's in a little bit of trouble.
Denethor gonna get burned down unless he can get the wall up here, trying to
Dodge,
make the difference. Fake God is
fine.
gonna burn him down, and yeah, the fist bump will come out as a sign of respect to the top laner victorious in the solo bolo.
I wonder if you can even see it. I don't think you can as the opponent, but that would be pretty funny. As it's going to be a pretty easy setup there for LG to go ahead and grab the grubs. They have Tactical and Zazel here as well, so it should be easy for them to just grab two and walk away. You really don't need to fight for all three, but because Tomio held on to the smite, I guess he can.
Yep. Oh, flash, dredge line, clips Zazel in the middle to stand behind me. He's forced to flash over the wall and now guarantee his safety, but that was sexy from only 35.
It was, and I will say only 35 very slightly gets ahead on that one because he has Hex Splash, Mark. There it is. It's one summoner for half a summoner spell. Does mean they can catch out Zazel again in these next couple of minutes.
You know, I would not mind seeing a cinematic replay of the Emperor's Divide alley-oop into the Poppy Slam.
That would be kind of cool.
The potential for all these plays, I think, is what makes this Winthrop University composition so exciting, because if you get things right, you can scoop people with the Azir ult into either, you know, one single charge from Poppy, so one guaranteed stun, or if you time it right, you can scoop people into Gnar ulti and they slam it into the Emperor's wall.
That's true.
Oh, that would be cinema.
No, Mark, you're spitting. You're spitting.
Yeah. That would be cinematic.
All right, Winthrop, you heard him. Make it happen.
Yeah.
And then we leave the rest to production.
Do it for the content.
Yes.
Do it for the views. Winthrop University trying to fight for control in the mid wave. As now only 35 taking a peek in the river. Still about a minute and some change before the second dragon of the game, so no immediate response necessary. Denethor gonna get locked up here, taking a lot of damage by the Severing Bolt. Tomio, Hex Slash from only 35 is gonna find Tomio. Oh, not quite. Dredge line. Doesn't find the lollipop there for the BS hitbox there. It's okay. Tomio will get to live to see another day there.
Yeah, the rare, fair Nautilus Drudge line. You don't see those every day, guys, so savor it while you can. A lot of nonsense is on the way throughout the rest of this game. But even though they don't get the kill on Tomio, they force him away. They do clear out some vision and get some down in their favor. Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds. Got to be where Winthrop are looking to set their sights. It's good that they get this wave in, but it will delay their reaction. They will be slightly late for this Drake. But with all their ultimates coming back online, Winthrop, they do have a chance.
Now, the game is nowhere even close to being unwinnable, right? We may have joked that, like, oh, yeah, we could chalk it up at this point, but...
Yeah, mana flow band. I mean, if you thought I was serious, if not you, like, if a viewer thought I was serious, I can't help you. Like, that's... I can't help you.
The sarcasm was not detected, I fear. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, cinematic replay. Yeah, baby.
Honestly, my favorite part is the Keeper's Verdict here. Like, that's just tilting. He's so low. It's like playing, it's like, I don't know why, that gives me like a Wii Sports Golf vibe. The way he flew
when you're
away.
Like close to getting the hole in, man.
Yeah,
dude,
I can't explain it.
Cubby is really proud right now if he's watching the stream. Anyway, Glacial Fissure and Equalizer already used Luminosity Gaming trying to follow up on the play, but it's Wilson that finds the first onto Zazel, but they lose out the Azir, and that gives them the feats of warfare. Flash on mobility is equalized by Fake God as he chases down the AD carry of Winthrop University. Now the Eagles are running for their lives back to the nest, but Luminosity Gaming are hot on their trails, and they find only 35 with a quick burst of fire out of Insanity's wand.
Yeah, really nice fight coming through from Luminosity Gaming. They don't quite get the Drake, but at the end of it, they have access if they want it. As Insanity, he's just denying that he's clearing that next wave, so you can go ahead and get a nice recall in. And it's going to be 2 Drakes in a row for Luminosity Gaming. We'll find out soon what that soul is going to be.
Still not devastating enough for Winthrop University to feel like they are out of the game, but the snowball is starting to build up. It is no longer, you know, fist size. It is starting to become, you know, snowman base size. And
yeah,
Winthrop University have to be careful about how these next preceding fights are being taken, and should probably recognize when or if they actually need to contest for certain objectives so that they're getting as much gold for themselves as possible.
Sorry, I'm laughing because only 35. I think he didn't realize his flash was back.
Then he just
I think
flashed.
he still thought he had Hex
I thought
Flash.
that was a Hex Flash. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I thought he just Hex Flashed. And
oh, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know why. Something about that one. It sounded like a real flash.
It did look pretty funny. It did look pretty funny. Denethor might be in trouble here. Wave massively stacked up, pushing in. He is about to hit Mega Form, so less ideal conditions for Tomio to force the dive.
I think so too. So instead, it's going to just be some plates given over to Sword. They're going to go ahead and, get some space away from Zazel.
And poor Wilson is going to receive a lot of damage on top of it as well, since only 35 brought the Despair into his range as well. So Winthrop University won't even get a chance to siege for that tier 1 on the top side.
It's not so bad because they're still able to get, I think, a plate or 2 for Sword. And I mean, on this is Azir. He's going to be a big source of DPS. Happy to get any resources on him that you can. So I think ultimately it's fine, especially because Denethor dodged that potential gank on the bottom side. Things are okay. We are finding out it's another Ocean Soul this game. And that is the big thing these teams are playing for. So Winthrop University, they have that choice. Either contest this next dragon, prevent the soul point, or the thing we've seen teams like LG and Dark Zero do, just let it go, trade elsewhere, and stack gold.
Be like Elsa, bro. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. Winthrop University.
True.
But hopefully, you know, the gold lead doesn't remain frozen in Luminosity Gaming's favor if you are a Winthrop University fan. Man, roll. 3 minutes before the next dragon, Rift Herald has spawned, as now Luminosity Gaming trying to fight for control of this top lane. Wow, that's a lot of damage on the Sword's back. Yeah, he's going to be forced to recall, and if they want to contest this Rift Herald, which I don't think is going to be the case, Sword would have to TP back.
Yeah, and honestly, you just let this one go, but it is a big win for LG because, unless he is TPing back.
Oh, he
nice
is TPing back. That good cleanse with the Mikhails onto Insanity, but Sword is now looking for an Emperor's Divide, but doesn't find the angle to just flash on top of him as well, so he's just trying to bait it. Spiraling Despair all clumped up thanks to the EQ or the EE, and now Luminosity Gaming are turning it up even further, punishing the overextension by Winthrop University's one after another, and suddenly beat down. The snowball is starting to feel more imminent and unstoppable.
And again, that's another time we're seeing Winthrop force fights that they aren't really going to win. As soon as that cleanse comes through, there's really no world where they win that one. And only 35 is done. Denethor can only watch as LG just continue to get significant advantages. And now we're seeing, you coined the term, Mark, pity prizes online for Winthrop.
Yep, this is not ideal for Winthrop University. 4.5 thousand ahead now at 16 minutes into the game. Second items will be coming up shortly on the carries of Luminosity Gaming. And for Winthrop University, even though they still have first items and at the most part we're even on gold parity, it is no longer going to be the case. And the fact that Luminosity already had the first 2 dragons to their name, their race to Soul Point is going to feel even more dangerous on the side of Winthrop University.
And that's right. But somehow Winthrop, while being 4K down, are going to stop this Dragon from going over to LG. I don't know if I really like their chances, especially given these last couple of fights they lost. And looking at items too, with this turret going down, I have a feeling LG, you're going to see key members like Insanity and Tactical, even Fake God back, and get their second items. And if that happens, there's just no world where you fight for the Drake. That's why look at Sword. He's trading on the other side of the map. I think it's much smarter.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel great to give up 2 turrets in the mid lane back-to-back. Oh, Tomio? I mean, he's just going to force the fight down on Wilson, and that was not ideal for the Eagles. They've lost out on their jungler 22 seconds before the Dragon spawns. Denethor and Sword are still pushing on the top side and the bot side of these side lanes, so at least there's pressure and waves that Luminosity Gaming have to answer before they can even look for the Dragon. It might buy enough time so that Wilson is back on the table to at least contest, but I'm still favoring Luminosity from this day forward. Yep,
and we're seeing it, i.e. for Tactical. Insanity really close, but not quite at the second item there. But that's why you're seeing Winthrop just shift over to this top side, because that's what they would rather focus on. And again, I think that's just the correct call for them, especially because of the side waves that they ended up pushing in. So Sword just able to comfortably farm with this numbers advantage here too. Fake God, he's going to have to drop the ultimate if he wants to save this turret.
Exactly what he does. Kills the wave outright. Prevents Sword from being able to inflict as much damage as possible to that tier 2 turret. Even though Winthrop University are trying to support Sword on the top side with this siege. Tomio gonna sneak this 3rd Dragon of the game for free. And now this guarantees that Luminosity Gaming will be able to fight for Soul in the next 5 minutes.
That's right, and Winthrop, whoosh, they're going to have to be able to make this a very magical and fruitful 5 minutes, Mark. Otherwise, that 4th Dragon, I can't see it going any other way. Right now, objective bounties, they're back. Winthrop, they were able to collect some. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to convince Riot Games that they didn't need those pity prizes.
True. Wilson is waiting in a shroud of darkness
too,
when it compares to what Luminosity Gaming can see. That is all really powerful vision. Oh, the flash on the Tactical, looking for it, but the Mikhail's Crucible keeps him alive. Stand behind me as Azazel throws his life for the greater cause and doesn't even take that much damage thanks to the power of that Braum shield. Tactical survives, had to burn both of his summoner spells as well as Zazel's own summoner spell, but that might be an advantage Winthrop University can capitalize on in the next fight.
Yeah, I think it's something they're very happy to use there. It was a good bush play from some great vision. And yeah, with Tactical having both the summoners down, you're going to have to hopefully try that one again in a couple minutes' time. But this Braum is too strong. And it's just so good at defending their AD carry or just their team in general. So it's really hard for Winthrop to actually get that kind of first kill that they're looking for.
Stormbound Otacon has spawned, and yeah, dude, Tomio feels so bold enough that just to rip it right here. Nothing that Winthrop University can really do. Sword is on the top side, does have teleport. They're going to get vision on it thanks to Mobility's Hawk. And now Luminosity Gaming are starting to pull off. They've forced the TP out of Sword. They'll let the Otacon reset, and Luminosity Gaming can try and play for the map. But now it almost feels like Winthrop University might feel compelled to drag Luminosity back into the fray here.
Yeah, I mean, there's an angle here where Insanity finishes the back. The Otacon actually hasn't fully reset, so this could be an angle. Even if he TP's back, Winthrop look like they're going to actually secure that one uncontested. What? So that I was a little goofy. I don't think that's how Luminosity intended that to go down, but at the end of the day, Ash, Azir, or rather just Azir, excuse me, it was enough DPS.
Yeah, because you could see that Luminosity Gaming were not necessarily intending that to be the sequence. Fake God was looking to take a base and then realized, oh, it's already gone. Okay, well, I guess I have to push out another wave to make this kind of worth it, right? So not necessarily a Dark Zero Dragonsteel play where they intentionally give over an objective and then make immediate pressure on the side lanes, but Luminosity Gaming, I guess, working with the best that they could have gotten in that sequence. But Winthrop University, that's big for them.
Yeah. It is a big deal. It's going to allow them to equalize the experience a little bit. And of course, any takedown this team gets in fights later on does give you those extra benefits as well. So it's definitely something. It's not everything, but now it gives them that fighting chance. What really is going to matter here for this team is whether or not they're going to be able to get to those 2-item breakpoints. Denethor is already there. Sword is already there, so we're just waiting on mobility. And that actually gives them a pretty good fighting chance at this last dragon. But it's going to be a bit of a last stand for this team because Ocean Soul, while not the most powerful, is going to make these long fights harder for Winthrop.
Yep. At least the rest of Winthrop are all grouped up here on this top river where there's no real objectives to play for. They're just trying to play around their bush traps that they have set up with all the vision control and trying to maintain it so that if it comes to fighting around Baron, they can at least fish for a pick. Mobility, sidestepping the wind becomes lightning, and another severing. Oh, wow. Fancy feet on the Ash here. This is a champion that doesn't have a dash outside Flash, guys, so mobility doing a decent job here.
He's cooking. Playing that one nicely. This has definitely been a bit slower these last 5 or 10 minutes, but still, LG with a pretty big disadvantage. Right now, they have Denethor with TP splitting on that top side, but it does look like they do want to contest for this next dragon. Winthrop can't afford to let that one go, and with mobility hitting that Runon's Hurricane mark, that's it. We've checked off all the boxes. This is going to be Winthrop's best chance at a fight here.
Confidence is not inspiring, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I hear Runon's Ash, and I'm like, okay, well, at least you're applying AoE slows, you know, to the team. But the damage is gonna have to come through Denethor and Sword, because mobility is not quite there yet. Yuntal Arrows is good. Hang on, Wilson getting engaged on by Tomio. Both junglers exchanging a bit of HP as a trade. Teleport coming in from Fake God as he now joins the fray, and they're all set up in this dragon pit using the power of this ocean map. Arrow finds its mark onto one. They're able to absorb the damage for now as Insanity's trying to keep them back using the power of these Hwei spells. Denethor looming on the right side, forced to retreat with the hop. He's in mega form, but he can't really get in unless he burns the flash. He's trying to look for an angle to do it right now.
I mean, he has to, because you're on this timer. As soon as that rage bar runs out, LG, they have nothing more to fear, because now there's going to be that timer on whether or not he can use the ult going forward. So now it's just going to be a flip here, Mark. Can they actually make it happen?
And Wilson find the flip. Keep a verdict onto one member. Wait, that was only Zazel though, and Tomio secures the Ocean Soul for themselves. Mobility under fire, forced to retreat. Ace in the hole was already expended, and Tomio, despite losing a lot of HP, will get to walk out of the Dragon Pit practically for free. Luminosity Gaming do not lose a single member in the fight.
Honestly, nobody loses anybody. There's a little anticlimactic there, Mark, for a Dragon Soul fight, but LG, you're going to happily walk away with that permanent buff. And unfortunately, the Keeper's Verdict did not hit true. Wilson was not able to remove LG's Smite from the equation. And now we're in a position where it's going to be time to fight for this Baron. And LG, you can already see them setting up for it with Insanity on the top side. He is in a bit of trouble. He can walk away from this. It's a good map state. But can he do so? Oh, he can. And he didn't even flash.
Wow. Nicely done. Oh, Dredge line. Right onto the front line. Big def charge, multiple knockups there. But it's only 35 that's taking so much damage from the rest of Luminosity Gaming's backline there. Yeah, that Nautilus got cooked. Going to be forced to recall and try to redeploy back to the map as fast as possible.
That's right. Now, though, because he was forced to back and he's walking his way in. LG, there was an angle for them to start this Baron, but I guess without Zazel's ult, they don't want to try it. They want some poke. They want some more damage. They don't want to rush this one.
Yeah,
but
really
I got to imagine they're going to try soon.
Yeah, that was a really deceptive use of the EW there from Insanity. Flipping Sword through the wall since you couldn't really see the particle, and then now Sword already chunked out, was forced to base. Has to use the TP just to join the fight as fast as possible. Now Winthrop University losing both of their teleports in the process. Luminosity Gaming maintaining this advantage in the mid lane.
Yeah, things are going pretty slow right now, but just waiting for, I think, Zazel's ultimate. Now it's going to be up very soon, and I think they're just going to go ahead and start this one up. Only one blue ward, really. And I think they would rather actually fight than start this Baron.
They're just trying to look for a pick and continue playing on the power of poke, the long range of Hwei, and even Caitlyn to an extent if they walk up without being able to check her. Luminosity Gaming get the first touch on the wave, catch it high. Going to retreat back into the darkness around this barren pit. And Winthrop University are just forced in this everlasting dance where no one is picking up side waves, but it's pushing in advantage of Luminosity Gaming at the moment. And Luminosity can continue doing this dance as long as they need to.
Yeah, but I would rather them fight, Mark. Guys,
I mean, it would definitely be more entertaining. But look at this minion wave that's crashing into Winthrop's tier 2 turret on the bot side. So there's gold being lost here. But the fact that no solo laner has teleport available means that they cannot afford to give up numbers advantage over to Luminosity, because then they would comfortably rip the Baron, and that would ensure the demise of Winthrop University.
Yeah, but instead, they're just going to go ahead and back. They forced that gold loss that you had mentioned there. And, I mean, there is that wave building on the top side as well. So there is that opportunity for the converse to happen, or for the inverse to happen, excuse me. But LG, they have teleports to play with. So really the only angle here for Winthrop is trying to punish these back timers by forcing Baron themselves, but they don't want to actually take that risk. Keeping the game in this neutral game state is not really ideal for them, especially because we have Elder Dragon coming up in 22 minutes. And given how these fights have gone so far this game, that's not a buff you want to be fighting for as Winthrop.
Yeah, it is very, very tricky here. And the power of the Ocean Soul, while might be weaker than other souls, it still gives you that deceptive amount of sustain in these fights as you're constantly inflicting damage and getting health back based on it. Luminosity Gaming still maintaining control of this top river, even with the recent redeployments from both of these squads. Vision line has been completely nullified. And now Winthrop University have no vision, no eyes in that entire top river. It is a shroud of darkness. But Elder Dragon spawning in the next minute and 30. Oh, wow. The arrow was used by mobility. Pop to the Chaos Crucible for Tomio to make sure that the jungler didn't go down. That's one tool gone.
Yeah, I mean, that does give a potential response there for Denethor, Wilson. One of them get a stun. They can't cleanse it on the side of Zeyzal. But again, they're just playing off this vision line. Really hard to jump into LG's composition, so playing from darkness makes it a really dangerous game from Winthrop. But their timers to fight are so inadvertent because you're basically waiting for that Mega Gnar to come through. And every time Denethor goes mini, you feel really safe as LG. This could be the angle for them to start the Baron.
Yeah, they're already trying to sneak it. There's no vision whatsoever. It's a good use of the blue ward from mobility to now spot that Baron has been started, and not many members are dedicated to the defense of this river checkpoint. Winthrop University starting to fight their way through, but Insanity is laying down the line. Keeper's Verdict, punts away, Now you have to rush in as Winthrop University. This is your one moment. Zeyzal trying to get in. A flash from Denethor. Denethor into the backline. They're sending it. Equalizer stopping their entrance. Wilson, can he get in there? Tomio, who's going to secure the Baron? 2K HP.
Are you kidding me?
By Wilson! Winthrop University clutch out the fight. They take out 4. Insanity is the only one left standing, but mobility will survive alongside only 35. He's got to keep his blue suede shoes on, trying to dodge as many severing bolts as possible from Insanity's Quay, as he's the only difference maker left, trying to eliminate Baron Bus from the side of Winthrop University. Mobility's running for his life. He will not get a chance to recall until Insanity can no longer find him. What a fight in the Baron pit.
I mean, Clutch doesn't even begin to describe it. Winthrop go big to be able to win that fight, secure the Baron, and they have enough time to spend the gold they just earned to set themselves up for the Elder Dragon in one fell swoop. Winthrop could do to LG what LG did to them in game 1.
Oh my god, another banger on our hands beat down. We're blessed. Luminosity.
We really are.
Tried to hold the line as long as possible, and granted, they were playing pretty much everything right, but at just the moment Winthrop University reveal that 2 members were on the Baron, they feel more confident in being able to brute force their way through the choke point. Keeper's Verdict finding Insanity in the back half guarantees their entrance in there. Scuttlecraft is now secure for Winthrop University, but Wilson might be in trouble. No flash available. They're going to jump onto the Poppy. This should guarantee that an Elder Dragon will not come down to a 50-50 smite battle. It would have to be a miracle steal from the rest of Winthrop University.
I mean, they look like they want to do something. Denethor almost has Mega, but it has to be a fight. 5 versus 4, though. This is an unbelievable risk. If you get aced and lose the Elder Dragon, LG will walk it down to win. I like this call to just back off, play waves elsewhere, because at the end of the day, you still have a Baron to work with for another minute's time. It's going to make it easier for you to wave clear. It's going to make it easier to slow down LG's push. Maybe Winthrop can weather the storm that way.
Luminosity Gaming, despite losing out on the Baron, still have the Elder buff now on their side. 10 seconds before Wilson spawns, they're TPing in Insanity. Denethor trying to push on the top side using the power of the Baron buff, but I don't even think he has it because he wasn't even alive, so he's not really getting as much value as the rest of Winthrop University would like. I think Luminosity, they're just going to run it into the Nexus here. Equalizer already forcing Sword back off. Keeper's Verdict punts out one. Dredge line locking up Tomio. Can they follow up? Not really. There's a lot of damage, but it's 50% HP already on top of the jungler for Luminosity Gaming. Denethor has returned to the fray, and Luminosity Gaming might take their leave here.
I mean, that's one inhibitor and a Nexus turret down. The damage is looking like it's done. And now already Winthrop's base is in shambles. So now there's an angle. LG, excuse me, minute 30 on this buff. Could look to back and try for maybe one more push, but either way, they took away everything Winthrop earned in that fight around the Baron pit. And right as Winthrop's Baron is going to expire, it feels like they are running out of chances to win this game.
There was a small window of hope for Throps. And unfortunately, it has gone limp once again. Luminosity Gaming being able to essentially dissuade and neutralize that hope. And now we're back to the state that was the game for the past 20-something minutes, where Luminosity have had control. They have been the ones dictating Winthrop University's pace across the map, back and forth. Inhibitor taken down. Nexus not quite exposed. There still is a turret, and Nexus turrets do respawn now, but it isn't going to be for a little bit of time here. So Luminosity Gaming have a window where they can start playing towards the top side of the map and put themselves in position for the second Baron.
Yeah, that's right. You're seeing the pings already. Insanity trying to set up this top push so that LG will have an easier time pushing that vision line deeper into the top side jungle. Sun Disk is only going to last a couple of seconds too, because LG, they have the power. They still have Ocean Soul as well, even though the Elder is about to expire. So they should have a pretty easy time trying to set up for this next tier 2 turret. Right now, only angle Winthrop has if they really want to fight is that Elder is down, and Denethor, he has to get another big Gnar ulti like he did before.
Yeah. Luminosity, once again, playing patiently with this map play right now. They take out the tier 2 turret on the top side. They loom back into the darkness, continuing to set up this aggressive vision line where Winthrop University don't get to be comfortable checking their own jungle quadrant. It has not belonged to them for quite some time in this game. Still about a minute and some change before the Baron spawns, though.
That's right. Now we're seeing this point. Oh, we have a fight. Oh my god, the damage
onto Insanity, force the flash over the wall. Fakeoff can't really do much to escort his mid laner out unless he wants to throw down the Equalizer, but that would mean the Equalizer would not be available for the Baron fight. But it's the Spiraling Despair that is used to slow down Denethor. So ulti for ulti. Gnar ulti will be back up sooner than the Spiraling Despair, thankfully for Winthrop University, and that is a big summoner spell to find on the mid lane carry for LG.
Yeah, that's right. Insanity is now vulnerable in this next fight. If Winthrop catch him out again, he's done. And with such an important neutral objective coming up, that is a good find for Winthrop University. Can they capitalize on it? That's the big thing. We're at a moment, too, where time is really not on Winthrop's side. Even though Sword has the death cap, he is really strong. And LG have proven time and time again that they're going to win most of these fights. From Winthrop, it's going to have to be a crazy flash engage. Denethor Wilson, only 35. I do not want to see those flashes up at the end of this next fight, Mark. I don't want to see it. Like, they have to throw it all on the table right now, or they're going to lose.
Yeah, and even lightly speaking, Tactical avoided the dreaded mid-game power trough on the Caitlyn, right? The 2 items doesn't always feel that super strong unless you're ahead in gold, but now this is a 4-item Caitlyn, so she is a very potent team fighter, being able to pump out consistent damage in the backline with the safety of this 650 auto attack range. Luminosity Gaming, once again, return to setting up this vision line. Winthrop have at least been able to find some pockets that they're able to force into the river entrances here, but LG have nullified them. They've swept them out. It's back to Winthrop University being on the back foot. They're at least in the quadrant, but they cannot get into the river as Wilson taking a lot of damage, forced to flash over the wall. Did you see?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Tactical is very, very hot right now.
Yeah, and right now, Wilson, he doesn't have the luxury of backing. There is no time, and he doesn't have an Ocean Soul that's going to heal him up. So instead, it's just going to be about them going to the mid lane. Denethor goes Mega, but there's really no angle for LG to go in. So instead, this mid-tier 1 that's been up for almost 40 minutes mark is going to go down as LG take the Baron.
I didn't even see the number, but I know for a fact that was a headshot crit that hit Wilson in the face right there. My goodness. His health bar went from 100 to 50 in an instant. And now Luminosity Gaming have the Baron on their side. It is 26 seconds until the next Elder Dragon spawn. You have to imagine that the game ends after this next fight.
That's right. That's why it's so important here for Winthrop if they want to tie the series up, not get sent to the lower bracket, for them to find the big team fight win. Oh my god. Good hop
Flash.
from Denethor.
Yeah, Tomio was really trying to find the flash, but able to hop away.
It's a lot of
Blast
damage.
Cone sent a couple members there. Zazel's the first one to fall. Equalizer, though, off the top. Severing Bolt will clip only 35. Burning down thanks to the Deathfire Torch, but it's not enough to finish off the support for Winthrop University. Luminosity Gaming still down to 4 members. Winthrop don't have all 5 members back on the map, though. They're trying to do their best to fight their way back into the quadrant of this jungle. Denethor is going to go back to Mini. Luminosity not starting up the Elder Dragon quite yet because they know there's vision in the pit. They know that they're down numbers. If Winthrop University find an angle where Zazel is not on the map with them, it could throw everything that they have worked for.
Yeah, this is tough. Zazel, 10 seconds left, so there is an angle for Winthrop, but Denethor isn't quite close enough yet. Instead, I think Winthrop, they're going to use this opportunity to push mid and walk it down into this pit. Now, Mark, the timing is really narrow here. As soon as Denethor gets his Mega, they have to turn and fight, because once that runs out, LG will win.
Yeah, Denethor is ramping it up now, about to go Mega, 10,000 HP. Just keep
Oh,
everyone out the
shuffle!
pit wait. They find a big one onto Tomio. He's pushed in. Denethor goes big and punches Insanity in the mouth. Now he's able to scoop it back up again. Looks for another re-engage. Glacial Fissure tries to break it up. Wilson trying to stay alive. Tomio somehow also alive. The Elder Dragon is going to go vertical low. 2,000 HP. It's still LG that persevere. Even when the fight was looking good for the Eagles, they still get their wings clipped, and Luminosity Gaming endure all.
And it took all his summoner spells, it took all the support of his support, but Tactical was able to stay alive and pump damage in that last team fight, and that was the big clutch factor here. And now, oh my god, half health from the ult. You gotta imagine we're typing GG's in chat, Mark, because this one's done and dusted.
LG are going to walk it into the final Nexus turret. It looks like this other Nexus turret might respawn depending on how fast it comes back up, but it's not going to be the case. Luminosity Gaming, through a valiant defense, the challenge is still not good enough, and Luminosity Gaming sweep the series against Winthrop University.
And while we got to give Winthrop some credit, especially how they played most of Game 1, again, this is why we give a lot of that credit to Luminosity Gaming. Not just the team play, not just the macro, but the individual clutch factor that a lot of these players have really shines through in this match today.
That's right. Well, what a way to close out the series. It definitely got super exciting out of nowhere, and both of us, slowly kind of went from our recline positions to real quick right
forward.
there. We're like, okay, we're locked in. Luminosity Gaming, helping make the last game of the series a little bit more interesting, considering that the first game was, such a heater. And this second one was definitely a bit more favored in expectations and how we were probably going to see this series play out. But Luminosity victorious in the end. We'll get a chance to move on to the upper bracket now. We're going to take a chance to look through the highlights of this series, most likely just the second game, as we get ready for our interview with one of the victorious members of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, and you said it. The winner's final has been set. I believe it is going to... I think you said it earlier. It's going to be 2 weeks from now. I don't think it's next week, actually. But the exciting thing about that match is the fact that it's the rematch there from, I think, week 3 between Luminosity Gaming and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So, and it's going to be a best of 5. You got to imagine that one is going to be a banger. And of course, Winthrop University, they still have a chance to win their way through that lower bracket, of course. They do have NA to contend with, who they sent down there in the first place, but they still have a chance to make it further in this bracket.
Yep. Luminosity Gaming, guaranteed top 3 finish now in playoffs for Spring Split. Now, obviously, as we get closer to the end, both of these teams in Luminosity and Dark Zero Dragonsteel were kind of favored for the title. Right from the get-go, we were very adamant that our top 3 expected was going to be Dark Zero, Luminosity, and Near Airport. Some expectations have already been upset, given the fact that Winthrop University had knocked the 3rd seed already to the lower bracket. And so there's a chance, depending on how well Near Airport are able to bounce back in that lower bracket run, to see where they end up in playoffs. And if, you know, if it's a rematch between Winthrop and Near Airport in the near future, will they remain, you know, victorious in that matchup series, having now won the past 2 best-of-3s against them? Or if Near Airport will be able to implement changes necessary to continue showing why we're projected to be one of our best teams going into playoffs.
Yeah, and I think another thing to point out too about this winter final that's coming up, it's going to feel really bad for whoever has to play them in the losers final, Mark, because basically if you make it all the way to the lower finals, good job, you locked yourself to top 3, you made it through the lower bracket, good stuff. Well, you're playing Luminosity or Dragonsteel, good luck.
Well, yeah. And there's
we had a good season, guys.
Yeah, we had a run, you know. At least we made it this far, you know. Hell yeah. And for just to remind everyone at home, there's only been one team that has successfully taken a best-of-3 during the regular season against Luminosity Gaming, and that was Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So
that's right.
No other team in the league. I mean, there's been teams that have been able to find game wins off of them, like Blue Otter, but no team has been able to get a full series win off the back of Luminosity Gaming. Whereas for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, you might look ahead and see that, yeah, they've dropped a series, but that wasn't fielding the UG roster. That wasn't fielding the full competitive strength roster. There is a chance that you know, they could have gone undefeated. But that does beg the question now, even though Dark Zero Dragonsteel still showed to be very, very strong against Conviction Esports earlier today, how does this Dragonsteel roster without UG fare against Luminosity Gaming, who would, I think we all can agree, is the best challenge that remains for this #1 team?
100%. It is going to be it's exciting for that reason, and of course many others. And we'll see. I think Shimmer, for the most part, has been filling the slot pretty well, all things considered. Of course, we keep saying it, big shoes to fill, because of course UG's the GOAT, labeled Thanos by Shogo for good reason. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to be able to perform. We are going to have an interview soon with somebody from Luminosity Gaming, so we can even get their thoughts on the subject too.
I'm getting word that if I were to hedge my bets, Beatdown, I think it's from a certain mid laner who just totally styled on Winthrop University with the Hwei pick in game 2. I could be wrong, though.
How did you know?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I don't know, man. Magic, you know.
It's the hand signs, bro. I told you, sign with your heart, and it will all work out.
Whatever the frick I'm doing with this maneuver here, you know, I don't know if I'm doing, you know, Naruto signs, or if I'm, you know, pulling out cuss words in sign language.
Crystal ball.
You know, doing something offensive. Crystal ball maneuver. I don't know. You know what? Side note. I actually want to learn ASL. I think that would be a useful skill to have.
It would be, actually, yeah.
Yeah, just a side tangent. Just kind of where my brain's at. Oh, and I believe interview is ready to go. So roll on out. It is the one and only Mr. Chef Chalet, aka Insanity from Luminosity Gaming. Come on, yeah! Oh, and he's got the hair out too. I haven't seen this look in a hot minute, bro. Okay. Well, what were you feeling with the hairstyle today? Was it just like a return back to it, or what's going on?
Well, I kind of returned back to it a couple weeks ago, to be honest. Just trying it out.
Fair enough. Looks great.
So, okay, let me follow up with another question here. So, you guys are now guaranteed in winners finals, which puts you guys guaranteed top 3 for playoffs bracket. You're facing off and rematching against Dark Zero. Now, the last time you guys played them, it was week 2. It was very, very early in the regular season, and they still had Yuji on the roster. But as you guys have said, after that loss, you guys have done a lot of growth and being able to rebuild and have such a strong series score going forward. You have not dropped a single series since, a couple games here and there, but still undefeated in series score. How do you feel like your chances are against Dark Zero now that it's Shimmer in the roster versus Yuji?
Honestly, I think chances are really high, but I think they were high with or without Shimmer, and like with or without Yuji.
Okay.
So I'm pretty confident in us as a team right now. I think the direction we're headed in is pretty solid in my opinion. I think it'll be a banger matchup, but yeah.
I wanted to ask you kind of more of a personal question about confidence, because, you know, we talk about your team in particular having a lot of very recent LTA North players. And I know you've been kind of around the block in North America. You even played on Tier 3 for a bit for 100 Thieves Next. But has it really hampered your motivation at all to be back in Tier 2? Or are you still as motivated as ever? Are you still looking to grind? Like, the fire is still blazing? Like, what are you feeling?
I mean, the fire's still blazing for sure. It's definitely not like I'm losing my confidence or anything playing in Tier 2, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm just glad to be playing at all.
Yeah. Fair.
Just gonna take it as a learning experience, see what I can get out of it.
Out of curiosity, David, I know that we've talked about like not all the players are local. I think Tomio is back in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken.
He's somewhere.
We don't know where he is. Is there any plans for Luminosity Gaming to meet up either after the conclusion of finals or even before then?
Plans in terms of that? Yeah, I mean we're planning a boot camp still. We're gonna boot camp a decent amount, but not really sure what the timeline is on that. Obviously we want to be together as a team, so looking forward to that.
Cool. My last question was going to be actually about your game 1, where you guys were down pretty much the whole game. What was the thought process like? Like, okay, guys, was it go next, or was it they'll throw, or what's going on there? Because it really felt like Winthrop was going to win.
I think we were just kind of distraught by their comp. I think they had a good game 1 draft into ours, so we were kind of like problem solving the entire game. But not like we were a mental boom or anything, trying to go next game or something like that. But I think their comp kind of gets outscaled, and I think at the back of most of our minds, we just knew at some point we would be able to like fight them over objectives or buy more time to stall for item spikes, whatever it may be. But in my opinion, I was pretty confident that game, even though kind of took a turn for the worse throughout the game. I was still really confident that we would win that game based on how it was progressing.
Yeah. Before I let you go, David, and of course I'm gonna let you have an opportunity to shout out anyone, but I actually have one more question that I'm curious about. After Spring Split is over and you guys get ready for Split 2, I know you've mentioned that you're hoping there's some plans to go do boot camp with the team or do meetups in person. Do you have any individual goals for yourself in between the break of Split 1 and Split 2?
Individual goals, definitely have those. I mean, for League especially, but right now I'm mostly just focused on my health and trying to keep a consistent gym schedule and eat a little bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to get back into things.
I'm looking forward to the progress, bro, and seeing how the glow up continues coming through from Split 1 to Split 2. Obviously, you guys get to take a nice week break before we see you on the Rift again next week against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Good luck, and I hope that you guys deliver a banger of a series and make it close. It'll be one of our first best of 5s in the playoffs, so it's going to be an exciting one for that. Again, this is your time to shout out, David, and it's always a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you. I got no shout out. Actually, I got one shout out. Shout out Tomio. He's a goat.
Hell yeah.
He's playing really well.
Real.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Tomio. Thank you again, David. We'll see you next time.
Yep, thank you.
Tomio's the GOAT, baby. Hey, listen, I've been I still think that Tomio and Sanity could have cooked as a jungle mid duo during their time in LTA, and just the circumstances of what was happening with the Shopify Rebellion just
we're unfortunate.
structure. We're just unfortunate, you know, because we had even though it were scrimbucks, we had strong information and strong reasons to believe that Shopify Rebellion roster is going to be super competitive with Tomio in the lineup, and that they were crushing a lot of teams in their wake. And just, I don't know if it was stage nerves or just things kind of happening. I mean, you even get a chance to go watch the Rebels logs on Shopify Rebellion's YouTube channel, where that they're surprised themselves, like, guys, we're not playing the way that we were in scrims. What's happening? But at least for Luminosity, the majority of that roster still being from the core of Shopify with Tactical in the lineup goes to show that they are playing like one of our best teams in the NACL.
Yeah, and why they're going to give Dark Zero Dragonsteel a run for their money at the very least, all things considered, especially with UG out of the picture. It's not going to be an easy match for either team, but that is... I can't stop talking about it. It's going to be so fun. I don't know I don't know which one of us is casting it.
If it were any other player, you know, like maybe we wouldn't, you know, talk about it as much, but it was literally our back-to-back most valuable prospect. I mean, how like, even if you don't want to, like, you know, put too much of the conversation of and pressure on Shimmer being like, well, how well can you fill these shoes? It's just there. It's low-hanging fruit. So, but I think Shimmer is doing an admirable job so far. His stage performance today overall was, you know, way better than what we saw over in CLOL against Ole Miss, where Shimmer was making way more mistakes and way more accidental engages that the team didn't need to make. There was a couple, you know, today, but still overall a fantastic performance from Shimmer, especially the way he rebounded, getting counter jungled. And MVP for our second series of the day for Luminosity Gaming is Fake God. Okay, well, the Rumble was definitely cooking in the game 2. Game 1 was a bit harder as Denethor's Camille got a massive snowball start, and his Gwen did not really feel like a factor, but the equalizers were nice. The red carpet definitely did a number on Winthrop University there.
I'll tell you what, Mark. Fake God equalized it in Game 2. We'll just go ahead and say that.
Yeah.
He did have a good showing, as you said. And again, it was a great match there from Luminosity Gaming overall. Excited to see what they're going to do next. And Mark, a serious question for you.
Okay.
So important. You want to learn how to play like an MVP. Because if you do,
to learn how to play like an MVP.
You want to know how, Mark?
How can I do it, Beatdown?
You got to check out prodiff.gg, our sponsor, where you can schedule a one-on-one session with one of the pro coaches today. Of course, as a reminder, all of the coaches at prodiff.gg are active or recently active NACL or LTA professional players. You got to imagine they are going to help you accelerate your climb, whether it's Iron or Challenger. And you see the QR code right there. Go ahead and scan that.
Yeah, even Tomio, who was victorious with Luminosity Gaming in this lineup, is one of the players that you can reach out to on.
And Insanity said he was the GOAT.
Yeah, and Insanity did say he was the GOAT. And you know what? That just might be the case here, as Luminosity Gaming now get a chance to square off against Dark Zero Dragonsteel for the second time this split, but it has been nearly 6 weeks since the last time we saw them play against each other, since their first encounter in week 2. And like Insanity said, I think the coolest thing about his statement of confidence was, even if Yuji was on the roster, I'd still favor us. I still have high chances of believing we can take them down. Just goes to show what kind of a banger we are in store for next week on May 29th.
Yeah, that's right. And 2 weeks from now. But you're right, we have many bangers in store, Mark. And that is what we are to be excited
2 weeks
about.
from now. Oh my gosh, I can't count.
There you go. It's okay. That's what I'm here for, color casters. That's what we do. A lot of simple math. But that aside, yeah, that's going to be amazing. Of course, next week, the matches to keep an eye out on are CCG Esports versus Near Airport. And the winner of that will face Winthrop University to be able to get the right to face Conviction in the next round.
That's right. And it all starts with our first match of the week next week on May 22nd. Going to do some quick checking and not going to do math because clearly I can't do it. That is next Thursday. So no earlier start schedule, no earlier start in the week. It is the same time as usual, 14 PST, aka 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Good
I was about to say 3 p.m., but then that's my time, and no one cares about mountain time unless you live in Utah like
So
me.
true.
You know, it is what it is. I
fakest
live in
time.
a non-existent time zone, unless, you know, you're in Utah or Idaho or Montana or even Alberta. So shout out to my Canadian homies who live in the cursed time zone with me as well.
was
But
gonna
Beatdown, not only do we have our schedule for next match day, but we also, I think, do we have anything else to account for? I don't think that's it. I think that's everything. So it's just.
I think we did it.
We did it! Oh my god, we got through the show! Woohoo! We did it!
Woo!
Oh, okay. And our producers in our ears, socials. Anyway, hashtag NACL, top right corner, y'all. Keep the conversation going, as well as keeping track of us on our social platforms at NACL, Twitch, YouTube, at Watch NACL on Twitter as well. But at NACL everywhere else. It's been a fun day, y'all. Even though the results were kind of expected as we predicted for the most part, I think how we got there was still very entertaining in the least. But we now have our top 2 teams poised in that upper final, which is not going to happen for 2 more weeks, as Beatdown has saved me.
Good job.
In correcting. Yeah, we got there. Okay. So, but next week will be the lower bracket run. So before we close out the show, Beatdown, any last thoughts?
I think this is our last cast of the split together, so it was a good run, Mark. It was fun.
Really?
It's I'm with Mazel and Eric for the rest of the split.
Well, don't say it like you don't want to be with them.
I love casting with them, but right now this is about us, Mark. So, you know, I'm mourning it. Just let it happen.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll have to make it up by flying out to Toronto in the near future.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. We'll have to. What is it? Minerva's? Or what's the
Owl of Minerva? I'm going
Owl
on Sunday.
Minerva.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. Oh my God. Please send pics. Please send pics. If you live in Toronto and you don't know the sauce of Owl of Minerva, you gotta go check it out.
No free sponsorship, Mark. We don't do that here. They want to sponsor us, then we can shout them out.
Listen. If after this broadcast they get an increased amount of customers and clientele, you take this clip, you bring it to them, and be like, "We just gave you a free shout out. You want to sponsor us on the?" I'm just saying,
dude. Okay, I'm just saying. NACL being sponsored by a random 24-hour Korean restaurant would be the funniest thing in the world. So I do hope that would happen.
It would be so based, you know, who knows? But anyway, that's a conversation and a story to unfold next time, as we'll see you next week on May 22nd. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe. See y'all next time. They're first trying to blow him up. Can he get an empowered shield to block the damage incoming? Not going to be the case. Chrome gets the shutdown on his Shimmer, but there's still 4 other members that are just as strong on Dark Zero's side, if not stronger. So Mudo already forcing Manui to flash over the wall. Is going to live with a sliver of HP, but Darkwings gets sniped by the deadly flourish. Zamudo snips him down to size. Conviction Esports now down to 4 members. Dark Zero able to equalize the odds. And even though Conviction have their jungler, they have the smite advantage, it is Dark Zero that is daring Conviction to challenge them in the river.
Yeah, now Border is facing the curtain call. He's facing a couple people. Yeah, I think he just got to back it up.
We'll get the lock. That's the Seekers. That's the golden stasis from Spyrex's rise.
He's alive.
Spyrex is going to live. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Shimmer's going to go down, but he's got the GA. Another GA is popped with the resurrections coming in now strong for the rest of Dark Zero members. Zamudo flanking on the left side. Manui trying to do everything he can, but he's the first one to fall on the side of Conviction Esports. Somehow Dark Zero are still alive, and Conviction Esports are scrambling to protect the remnants of this base.
Order? He has flash.
Flashing away, but
they got him anyway.
Prism locks him down. That is the overload from Spyrex, and very true to the word, Dark Zero are starting to overload the forces of Conviction Esports as they find the first Nexus Tower of the game. Dark Zero are now going to have Zamudo teleport back in to rejoin the fray. A full HP sign. He bought a Trinity Force. He's ready to end this damn game already. Walk up, down smash. That Nexus is exposed. Dark Zero board is coming in, but it's going to be too late. Insanity already facing the full onslaught. Zaysul teleports in with a scan United. Maybe they can find something on the re-counter engage, but Big God is blown up as well. Only 35 by so much time will burn down to Zaysul is ignite on the back half, but Tomio falls and Sword gets out. The bullet time from Tactical, it's super not effective. The taunt from Sword lines them all up with the University. Get your throats out, cause the Eagle ramping up now, about to go mega 10,000 HP. Just they find a big one on Katona. Pressure tries to break it up. Wilson trying to stay alive. Tomio somehow also alive. The Holy Dragon is going to go vertical low. 2,000 HP. It's no LG that persevered. Even when the fight was looking good for the Eagles, they still get their wings clipped. And Luminosity Gaming endure all.
And it took all his summoner spells, it took all the support of his support, but Tactical was able to stay alive and pump damage in that last team fight, and that was the big clutch factor here. And now, oh my god, half health from the ult. You gotta imagine we're typing GG's in chat, Mark, because this one's done and dusted.
Well, G are gonna walk it into the final Nexus turret. It looks like this other Nexus turret might respawn depending on how fast it comes back up, but it's not going to be the case. Luminosity Gaming